All right. Sorry, guys. I was talking to myself. My wife's watching Family Feud, and I was trying to answer the questions, and one of them caught me by surprise. Apparently, people think people from LA have an accent. I think the number one answer, though, was Boston. I mean, when you think of a city that's not in the South, that's known to have an accent. I mean, come on. It's Boston all day, every day. I mean, it's silly to even. I mean, really, you're going to say what else? I mean, New York. New York's got like 5 accents. I mean, Long Island is slightly different than frickin' Queens, slightly different than Manhattan, slightly different from the Bronx. I mean, what up, OJ Flynn? How you doing, homie? How are you? And oh, thank you, Daniel Barry. Um, I usually stream earlier, but I went over and hung out with Bear for a little bit, but then he had to go eat. And then talked to Connor, which was great because I haven't seen Connor in forever. And now I'm back to doing some painting. And I have to say, I'll show you kind of where I'm at. I haven't done the tracks yet, but this is how I ended up going with the Malcador tank. So, I'm not going for super special. I'll put the numbers on them and everything like that. And I'll mark the different companies of tank out by the color. There'll be a stripe on that. I'm thinking a white stripe. But yeah. I told everybody to give me like examples of what color I should paint my Imperial Guardsman for Epic. And no one came through. So I told them, I said, if you leave it up to me, guys, they're going to end up being desert color. Why? Because I don't know. Because that's what's in my head, Go for shit. So, like this guy here, this is a really, really not super great version, but this is a Star Frontiers Yazirian, and I decided to give him kind of the chocolate chip camo we had in the desert. Of course, this is way before they started issuing that shitty digital camouflage, which absolutely does not work. What's up? You are the king of the retro bakes. But yeah, the American digis, the worst, the absolute worst. I mean, yeah, just the problem was at close range, they kind of might have worked, kind of, sort of, but maybe not. But at long range, they had a tendency to just appear white. And that's kind of not what you're looking for in a set of camouflage, a pair of camouflage that after 25 yards it just makes you look white, like you're wearing a white uniform. I mean, that's not really what you want. What you want? You got the money that he bought. I said, where'd you get your information from, huh? You think that you confront a revelation comes? Oh, these are 1 to 1,800 scale Wildcat fighters with their wings folded up. So in storage. I did, because you know how I've got like 50 projects going at any one time for some reason. I did start. I mean, I've got to put a lot more on, and I got to paint the red zero or the red symbol on the wings. But yeah, I did start adding fighters to my Akagi. And yes, for whatever reason, the Japanese carriers, they had a number of carriers where the island was on the left side. I mean, And they had some where it was on the right side. It's like, I mean, the Akagi itself was just a battleship that they. Am I going to be done being a hermit by April? Well, April happens to be my birthday month. And usually my wife goes pretty hard on that one, takes me somewhere. And like the last time we ended up going to Virginia, which was amazing because Colonial Williamsburg is, oh, yeah, you got your game with Bloodworth. Maybe I'll look in on that. Yeah. My wife has kind of introduced me to culture. So we go to Colonial Williamsburg and stuff like that and watch all the speeches and everything. It's really, I mean, I highly would recommend anyone go. Oh, you're an April guy too. I'm an early April baby. So basically, if you ask any of the hippy dippy chicks, they'll be like, oh, he's an Aries. You know what that means? He's very impetuous and blah, blah, blah. If you believe in any of that. Yeah, when you say the 90s, do you mean like 1990s or 1890s Shadow? Or even before that? I mean, just curious. Like, did you hang out with actual Thomas Jefferson when he was apprenticing to be a lawyer in Williamsburg? That'd be kind of cool, right? So I'm using a little bit of Agrax Earthshade because, as everyone knows, a little bit of shade makes pretty much any paint job look way better than it has any right to look. That is the guy like me who's not a great painter. That is the secret right there. Agrax Earthshade and non-oil. If you want to use the actual specific colored army painters, you can, but you don't need to. So you see how that chocolate chip, all of a sudden, it looks a lot more like blended in and stuff like that. 1990s. Okay, I mean, you just never know. I mean, you being an ancient vampire and all. So I've also come up with a paint job for my buildings for the Epic game. I'm thinking, of course, I haven't put a single bit of shade on this, but I'm thinking something like this color, kind of like a really, really pale blue. And of course, by the time I put non-oil on it, it'll look a lot different. And hopefully I won't have to, what's it called? Highlight it after the non-oil, but I probably will. And then the other thing I've worked on today, other than building another unit of lemon rust tanks, is this girl. She is a retro space girl, and she was actually in the video game that Phil Hartman was the voice of, like as his girlfriend or something like that. So, but basically it's a girl in a red mini skirt with like a goofy looking space gun running around, and who knows, maybe somebody will want to use that figure for their Shadowrun game if I ever run it. You know, I mean, she's cute, so why not, right? Right now I'm looking for my Gilliman flesh. The link is out there, but I mean, I know Shadow's got his thing going on. Ironcaster, what is up? A Mortarian proxy. Nice. I have none of the Primarchs, but Oh, I lied. I'm sitting here lying to you. I'm sitting here lying to you about something you knew I was lying to you about because I keep talking about this bastard forever, right? Sanguinius, of course, this is the Forge World model. And I could have put the Hell Pistol in his hand. Originally, I had the spear on him, but then I decided I like the sword better. Here's I had the guy that paid me like $500 for the box of miniatures. He called me yesterday, asked if I had some more miniatures I wanted to sell because he got a great deal, right? And it turns out I have a ton of armatures and things like that sitting up here, and I have a whole army of nerdlings, including the greater demon, the great unclean one. So yeah, I'll probably put a box together, list all the stuff that's in it, and put it up for sale. I mean, right now I've got all of my old 40K terrain up for sale. And I've got my Demon Army of Slaanesh up for sale with a Keeper of Secrets and all the heralds. You know what I mean? So, and then I 3D printed this a long time ago, and I'm not even sure why, but it's just a woman in a bikini. I am sure why, because I thought she was really pretty. At some point, I need to paint her. And then my mom will make her a little dress because that's what my mom does. I'll 3D print out some kind of anime girl and my mom will make a kimono for her or something because she doesn't like them looking, in bikinis. And I'm like, whatever, I'm not going to lie, guys. This may not be the most religious thing that I should be doing, but I have been known to download some of the, what do they call them? Pinups for different characters. He might have, and if he did, he probably doubled his money. Hey to you, William Sova. I appreciate you just dropping in and saying hi. I'm pretty sure I was listening to my boy Razor Fist because, I always listen to Razor Fist. He had a pretty moving video today, and he was talking about how YouTube has just completely taken some channels off of the algorithm entirely. And so I don't want to say it's me, but sometimes I think it's me too. Even the Lord has a day of rest. Yeah. But look, I sold the stuff to the guy. He gave me $500. I gave it immediately to my wife. He left happy, and if he managed to merchant that shit around and make money off of it, all I can say is good for him. Oh, there's my brother. What do you mean I can't say hello? Have you said something in chat? I didn't even see you. Saying hello now. Don't be like that. You're the first thing I think of when I wake up every morning. Well, actually not. That's not true. The first thing I think of is this stupid, well, he's not stupid. The first thing I think of is my genius dog who is constantly attacking me because for some reason he's got it into his brain that he needs me to watch him poop. Other people can't watch him poop. It's got to be me. So, he'll start digging at my hand and stuff.
Hey.
What's up?
Oh, not much.
But yeah, he'll dig into my hand and shit and wake me up from a dead sleep. And that's his way of saying, hey, I got poop, man. Come on. Let's take care of this. So, Timmy, what are you up to?
Well, yesterday, my character almost died.
Well, I mean, but didn't. So there you go.
Yeah, we almost died. Well, first we almost got the whole party almost got TPK'd by harpies, but one guy didn't get stunned by them and stunned them and coup de grace them. Then we went down into the main dungeon, and that's where uh, we all almost died to a giant undead ant.
Let me tell you something.
Huh.
Every time you talk to me about games you're playing, you talk about how you almost died.
Well, it's been happening a lot. I haven't been as lucky
I'm
as the first
beginning
few
to think
sessions.
that maybe you're not that good of a player.
Maybe.
Because I don't think that Bubba would be doing anything, shisty.
No, I'm not blaming him. I think it's just bad luck sometimes because the dice really seem to hate me sometimes.
Well,
I mean, I have these things had to roll a 19 to hit me. They hit me twice and did almost full damage each time.
yep. One of my brothers, he is like that. No matter what game we play, no matter what dice are used in that game, and no matter if you have to roll high or low.
And our whole party seemed to not be able to hit them either. It was a long time of just misses after misses.
So, might have to do her face better, but. So here we have the retro Space Girl running into battle.
Nice.
And if you guys wonder why I paint so many of my figures, especially the females, blonde, it's because my wife's blonde. And I think about her when I paint a figure, like, would she want to play this figure? And if the answer is maybe, then it's probably getting blonde hair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless I'm painting something like really off the wall, like, yeah. If I'm painting something really off the wall, then no, I don't do that.
Now, one thing is, I can't wait to get some money because once I do, I'm going to start getting some Cure Light Wound scrolls made.
Right.
I'll be working on actually having a way for us to heal. Really bad thing too is the last time I used Cure Light Wounds, I got minimum health off of it.
When I saw that video, Hungar, I thought of you. It's how I run it. What people who don't like the Red Hot Chili Peppers here, anytime the Red Hot Chili Peppers is on. And it's just like, it sounds like a Red Hot Chili Pepper song, but all the lyrics are like, I love living in California. Something, 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 something. Did I mention California? And it's just like, and once you hear it, you're just like, that's 100% just them. That is their whole gig right there. Everything about them, there it is. They're just really happy about doing heroin in California. I love how they say the city she loves me. And it's like, dude, you are literally sleeping under an overpass doing heroin. I don't think the city loves you. I don't think anybody loves you. I think you might have messed up. You might have made some bad choices in your life. If you are shooting up under an overpass, yeah, that's not any kind of love I want. But those idiots, that's all they talk about. And when it comes to baselines, the best baseline Flea ever did, and I know a lot of Red Hot Chili Peppers fans might be offended by this, but it was for Young MC, Bust a Move. That is the funkiest bass line he ever did. Bust a Move. I hate living in Cali. The whole state hates them. I mean, H is for the losers. Yeah, it is. No one lives through that. I lost my cousin Steven due to that. And he was a really nice guy. And it was just like couldn't keep him off the junk, right? We even sent him, and by we I mean the family, not me, but the family sent him to live in Tel Aviv, hoping that, you know, if he was in Israel, he wouldn't have access to it the way he did up in, you know, New York. Wrong. You can get heroin in Israel too. In Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, anywhere you want to go, you can get it. So the thing happened that always happens with those kind of guys. He died. And it sucks. But that's the thing with heroin. Once you start doing heroin, chances are you're just going to die eventually. It's like the worst drug that we pay to get grown. Like the United States government actually pays the Afghan to grow opium poppies and stuff like that. It's a mess. But anyway. So I am starting to really, really, really love, especially with the paint jobs and stuff, but also just looking at the army lists, you know, how armies are built and everything. I'm really starting to dig these Imperial Guardsmen. I'm thinking that, you know, I mean, of course I love my Blood Angels. I'm a little unhappy that, and this is a complaint you guys have all heard before, why in the hell is Games Workshop not made epic scale Primarchs and also Demon Primarchs? So you could have some of that before and after situation, you know? Like have a Phoenician all done up in his beautiful armor and everything, and then like later have the big serpent bodied multi-armed asshole, you know, have the angel. Why have they not done that? It looks to me, and no, Shadow, no, they are not going to end production yet. They're adding armies, but it's like the way they're doing it is stupid. It's just really stupid, you know? I mean, is it going to stop me from building a dark mechanical army? No. Why? Because those stalker tank things look amazing. And I don't know how good they are, but they look amazing. So that's enough for me. But yeah, poor old Timmy. Every time he goes down in that dungeon, he's getting whacked. There are things you can do. Like if you take your dice and you take a first edition Dungeon Master's Guide, right? And you take the 20 side of the 20 side dice and you put it on the first page of your DMG and you rub it back and forth and say, Gary Gygax, please look after my dice for me. You'll roll good that whole night.
That won't help me. We use RNG generators on the.
Oh, then in that case, yeah, you're screwed.
Yep.
You know, a little dice magic. You know.
Yeah, that'd be nice. We don't use real dice, sadly.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I don't know if that would work, but Kinzer and Company said it would. They're the ones that do Hackmaster. And that was one of their things that, you know, and another of their things was dice gels. Sometimes you just got to put your dice in gel
Yeah.
to show them,
Yeah.
to teach them a lesson.
It makes me think of a video I've seen before about about the bad luck.
Well, the whole thing with Kinzer and Company and Hackmaster is it was made 100% to parody D&D.
I know, but this
Except then
video,
people started playing it.
I had this one guy just keep rolling once, and he's like, "Look, it's just unreal. It's just a little bit of bad luck. There's no way that these dice are cursed." He pulls out like a bunch of d20s and rolls them all of them one, and he's like, "Okay, these dice gotta go."
You know what I wonder? I would have to talk to somebody that's not you to figure this out, but I wonder, could you talk an Orthodox priest into blessing your dice?
I don't know. That'd be weird,
I
but
don't know either. I know for a fact they'll bless your rifle. If you take your rifle in, they will bless your rifle. So, say you own an AK or Remington 700 or something. Yeah, you can absolutely take it in. You got to tell them, obviously, and it better not be loaded. But yeah, you can take it in, and they'll throw a blessing on it for you. That mostly happens up north where people hunt a lot.
yeah, I could see why.
And then, of course, the firearm of every Russian soldier is blessed by an Orthodox priest.
Do they also bless the tanks?
They definitely 100% bless the tanks.
I know. I seen that. I see a picture of that. Like and it was like a meme.
Yeah, it was an Orthodox priest. Well, there were two of them, but one was the head priest, and they had the bucket of holy water with the I don't remember what it's called, and they were splashing each tank down as it passed.
It was a D&D meme saying when the cleric has to heal the tank or something like that.
I mean, you can go online and see Orthodox priests straight up, firing AK-47s and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who invented the whole you have to be super ultra peaceful all the time, but apparently that's not 100% part of our, my particular religion, because I've seen videos of Orthodox priests leading crowds throwing rocks at Muslims in Kosovo to run the Muslims out of the Orthodox neighborhoods. Because, I mean,
I think it's mainly a Protestant thing, man.
It's if the Orthodox priest thinks you're there to destroy the church, there's literally nothing they won't do to try and stop.
But yeah, I think the whole peaceful thing is a Protestant thing.
Oh my God, Coochie, that is the best thing ever. And the only thing I wish is that I had thought of it. And me and Professor Dungeon Master, we have spoken before. He's mentioned me on his show a couple of different times. But I think the big difference is he never says anything that you could call controversial. And I can barely go 10 minutes without saying something really controversial. So, a lot of people don't care for me like OGGM hates my guts. He wrote a big thing about it, how much he hates me and what a horrible person I am. Which kind of makes me sad because I like OGGM. But I understand where he's coming from, even though I don't, but I kind of do. But
spam caller.
Oh, okay. I thought you were rocking out to Limousine.
No, that was Serenity.
Well, you wouldn't. I mean, I'd been surprised if you knew who Limousine was anyway.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know, but I'm going to tell you if you want me to.
Sure, go ahead.
Limousine was the rock group that Strong Bad was always talking about in the super amazing for the longest time net series Strong Bad. Homestar Runner was the name of it. And the main character was like this goofy dude with no arms named Homestar Runner. And he had a speech impediment. And then, like, the main, I guess, antagonist was Strong Bad, who was dressed up like a Mexican wrestler, but he was wearing boxing gloves. And then you had Strong Mad, which was Strong Bad's brother. And he was always dressed up like a high school wrestler. You had Strong Sad, the other brother, and he was kind of like an elephant that did nothing but sit around and listen to The Cure. So he's a big time lefty. Well, what he got mad at me about is, I mean, I don't mind sharing. I said some stuff that was not super controversial. Actually, it was truthful stuff about Judaism and pride and all this sort of thing. And who knew that apparently he's Jewish, gay, and autistic. So he felt like I was attacking all of his identities. And and of course I was like, no, but he didn't want to hear it. And did I mention California? They do another one where they run ACDC too. That's a good one. They're just like, I got a knapsack, a cat's back, something, 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 because I'm back. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And apparently he has it all. And somebody had asked me a question that had to do with religion, because I've had people ask me questions that I thought, okay, is this guy asking me the question because he wants to know? Or is he asking me the question because he's trying to catch me up in saying something? You know what I mean? And the thing is, orthodoxy, Orthodox Christianity, Eastern Orthodoxy, whatever, yeah, the OGGM, whatever you want to call it, right, is very steadfast in Christian principles. And that means that under no circumstances will we ever say that being LGBT is acceptable in the eyes of God. I mean, we'll tell them, hey, here's the good word. You can repent. You don't have to be this way. Blah blah blah. You do all that, and if they tell you to f off, then you say, okay. I mean, sorry to hear that, and you go your way. But yeah, these people who come on and they ask me religious questions, theological questions, because they're hoping that I'll trip up, but I will never trip up, And he got really mad. And then we talked about Judaism, which I was, raised Jewish, bar mitzvah and everything. And I just said that, Jewish people, and I don't mean this out hate, because in the end, we all hope that all of everybody will one day repent and whatever. But Jewish people are no longer God's favored people. That's something Protestants say, because Protestants they do what they want to do, right? Jewish people, unless they repent and accept Jesus Christ, are destined to burn in hell. Just like any other person. They do not get special dispensation.
Yep.
That is what the entire sermon about the wicked vine dressers is about. And Jesus told the Pharisees, you are the wicked vine dressers. No, you're the ones that did this horrible thing, that keep killing the Father's prophets, etc. Right? So, they get mad about that. And then, because I question them, see, me and my pop talk about this, and he ended up converting. But it's like, would God ever make like all kinds of different people? Let's say God exists. All right, go south, bro. Which I think he does, obviously. But I like to lead with, let's say, for the sake of argument, because maybe people don't believe he does. I do, but maybe you don't. Do you think a good, just God would create just one incredibly small group of people, and they, for all time, will be his chosen people and superior to everyone else because of their blood? Not because of their actions, not because of how good they are, how moral, but just because of who they're related to. I mean, does anyone really believe that?
I don't think you can. Yeah. Well, some people do, but I don't think it's a rational one. Especially if you go with what the Old Testament had, because I think there was a lot of people who converted to Judaism that weren't, by blood Jewish.
Was a convert. Uriah was the husband of the woman David got pregnant. Because let's be honest, the Old Testament, like as soon as you get the Judges and Kings and all that, it's just stories of how people F up.
Yeah.
It's like God gave you this great, wonderful thing, and then you build a temple to Moloch and start chucking children in it. Now he's mad. Here comes Elijah. You know what I mean? Elijah's going to burn your whole army up in a column of flame. That's just what's going on, right? But so that is one of my big problems as far as ever becoming a popular YouTuber. I've got about as much chances of being a popular YouTuber as Nick Fuentes does.
Nick Fuentes, yeah.
Yeah, the gay Mexican National Socialist. I only say that because the rumor is he had sex with Destiny.
Yeah, I know.
Which to me is like, really? You couldn't do better, bro? Come on. That makes me sad for you. And it's not like Nick's an unattractive young man. You'd think he could, do better. But, yeah. But that's the thing, like in the Bible, it says the world will hate you for me, for my name. And that's what Jesus says. So a lot of things I say might make the world hate me, but that doesn't make them untrue. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'll get over that. I'm not here to like spend all night, preaching. Even though sometimes I wonder, maybe I could get my wife to convert. She's already expressed an interest. And if I got her to convert and then I took theology, I could become an Orthodox priest. It'd take 4 years. Because Orthodox priests, especially at the lower level, you're expected to be married and have kids and stuff. And she did say that she's pretty pissed off with the Methodist Church right now. Because, they've become like super progressive or whatever. And my nephew left Mormonism and he's now like full blown. So actually things are going good in this house. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. But yeah, see, I don't think that I could troll Professor Dungeon Master too much because he knows me. Like, he don't know me. It's not like we're besties. We're not like that, but he knows who I am. You know, he knows my channel exists. You know, he knows all that. So the first time I got onto his channel, if I started like just talking mad shit, I think he'd be like, come on, dude. This is the first coat on a Baneblade super heavy tank, which will be the tank commander of the armored company that will be running alongside my Imperial Guardsmen. Now, when the bag of bones, which is what this color is called, is completely dry, I hit it with Iraqi sand. Some Iraqi sand, which is a Vallejo model color, and dry brush it. And then, you know, just pick out the details, you know, the tracks, the guns, etc. And see, Shadow left, everybody left. Hungar left. Just me and you, Timmy.
Oh no, bro.
I'm okay with it. I mean, like I said, oh, you weren't here when I showed this off.
No, I think I was, except for the planes.
Well, I'm getting ready to put a whole cluster of them back here, as well as some Kates or Vals, whichever one.
Yeah.
I mean, those ones lined up are just the ones getting ready to go. And then I'm going to put a lot of them like sitting side by side. You know, the pain in the ass is going to be getting a brush small enough to carefully paint the red dot on the wings. You know, because that's what will actually make it.
Yep.
I mean, having it there, that's great. You know, that's good, whatever. But
you want the dot because that's their markings.
That's what's going to make it, you know. And I think there's a technique where you can use like a toothpick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you just get the toothpick in the paint and just barely touch it. And
talking about the Imperial Japanese Navy, though, did you know that they were planning on an even bigger battleship called the Super Yamato?
Yeah, they weren't too bright.
I know, but they were either going to have this being like quite a bit bigger than the original Yamato, with either 420, like it was like four guns on it with two 20-inch barrel guns on it on those turrets.
Just I don't know what they were thinking, you know.
Yeah, they could barely make the gun, but they couldn't make the ammunition for it. So they was like, maybe we should make one with the 18 inches like the regular Yamatos.
Do you know what I was thinking about today?
What's that?
My favorite Marine division. The 77th Marine Division.
What makes them your favorite?
They were Army.
Army.
Apparently, during World War II, the Army thought it'd be a neat idea to put all the oldest soldiers in one division.
Yeah, you're talking about the old guys that put the fear of old men in the Japanese.
Yeah, and then sent them to the Pacific to help the Marines out. And the Marine commander was like, "Damn, call them the 77th Marines."
Yeah,
you know, because at first the Marines are like, I don't know about these guys.
They made slow look fast and fast look smooth.
Yeah. But then after they watched them take a couple of landings, they were all like, screw it. These guys are awesome.
The 77th actually then just like recruited another, like a younger guy, just so he could go and and get the surrender of Japanese troops.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were
like in one battle, they killed like 6,000 enemy soldiers and lost 250 men.
Yep.
That is an insane KD ratio. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's like
There's a
Wow.
reason. There was a reason the Japanese were afraid of these old men.
Yeah.
And I guess, also, you always have to fear the old man in a young man's game.
Right. That's what they said. If it's a job where it's very dangerous and there's an old guy in the job, you got to watch that guy
Yep.
because he's lived, you know. So that's like if you walk into the station and there's an old firefighter hanging out, old grizzly. We call them salties, a salty veteran. It's like, yeah, yeah, that guy's seen everything, done everything, treat him with respect, and maybe he'll pass along some of that knowledge, and maybe that'll keep you from getting killed. Yeah, they abused the shit out of the 77th for the longest time. Used them as like to test like really stupid shit. Like
Yep.
sent them up to the mountains in like a new kind of sleeping bag and forced them to stay up there in the freezing weather for like months. Then sent them to the desert and mistreated them there for a while, and then eventually sent their asses to support the Marines. And for a Marine general to refer to you as a Marine when you're actually Army, I mean, that's swagger right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because Marines are so full of themselves all the damn time anyway. Like, you know, they really do believe it when they're told they're the best of the best. And yet, I can't wait till I talk to my brother that is an ex-Marine and be like, "Hey, you ever heard of the 77th Marines?" He probably has too. And I'd be like, "Yeah, they were the best Marines ever. They took more beaches, whipped ass. When the Marines got their asses whipped at Hacksaw Ridge, they called them in. I'll say when the other Marines got their asses whipped at Hacksaw Ridge, these are the guys they called in to take it, and we'll see what he has to say about it. But that's a true story too. When the Marines tried to assault Hacksaw Ridge and couldn't do it, they called in the 77th Infantry, and the 77th Infantry sure as shit did it. But anyway, I I am just sitting here painting like 9 things, none of which are actually all part of the same like project. I don't know why I do this to myself.
I don't know. I mean, I'd be a scatterbrained like that.
It's like pick something and do it.
I
Right?
probably would just have like a bunch of different little figures if I did this and just start painting random ones, even if they're not going together.
Yeah. Like right now, for no reason, I picked up these 3D printed. I think that's a Dodge Charger,
Challenger.
and I decided to go ahead
That's
and put
not.
some primer on them.
That's not a Charger. That's a Challenger.
Yeah, it's 2-door.
Yeah.
It's a 2-door. And then I've got a Humvee I need to paint. You know what might be fun? Actually, it would take a lot of like abstract rules and stuff, but to use either Matchbox cars or cars this size, which is like 32 millimeter, and play like a Mad Max game. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, if you played it with bigger cars, then you wouldn't actually. The way you would handle range would be like range bands. You know what I mean? Like instead of measuring between cars to see how far apart they are, you would just keep track of how far apart they are based on speed and stuff like that. You know, like if a car pulled away or gained on another car. Of course, I don't know that anyone that I game with would be super interested in playing that kind of game anyway.
It'd be a little awkward to me.
It's one of the styles of game you can play if you play Ashes Without End. And what I would like to do is play Ashes Without End and like combine a couple of genres. Because one of the genres for Ashes Without End is the Mad Max thing. A war happened, fuel and everything got super hard to find, civilization collapsed. So people just started doing whatever, right? And then the other one I'd like to use is a monkey disease or something like that got out and started creating zombies. So play a game where your characters are playing in like a Mad Max post-apocalyptic world, but they're zombies also in the world. You know what I mean?
Shoot.
And radioactive cities and stuff that you might want to watch out for.
There was a video game about this.
Was there?
I think so. I think it was like called Death Race or something.
And it's like,
it's a racing game, but you kill zombies, and it was kind of post-apocalyptic.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I think that would be a fun game, actually,
Yeah, it was just that the N64 censored it and stuff, and it was like, or maybe that's how they censored it. It was Death Race, so maybe it was regular civilians on the original, but they turned them into zombies to get past censors.
Well, I mean, zombies are better to kill because people don't get upset about it.
Yeah.
That's the big reason a lot of people don't understand why zombies become the like monster du jour. There for so many years. And it was like, well, the reason is no one complains about people killing zombies.
Yeah.
But if you make a show, especially back in the old days, where people were running around killing, living beings, the censors are going to be all on your ass for sure,
Yeah.
And to that end, you probably know this. The original Battlestar Galactica, which everywhere but the United States was released as movies in movie theaters. The Cylons were supposed to be aliens wearing armor. And the studio was like, no. Also, Baltar was supposed to be killed by the Cylon tacticians, the ones with the pointy heads full of lights. But then they didn't kill him for some reason. And then later he went on to become like the main bad guy, but and then they were threatened to be sued by Star Wars. And in the old, something I was watching a thing about it, like they used their own time in the original one. It was like instead of minutes, it was like
I don't know what you're talking about, but I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've
seconds
seen it.
were sectums or something like that, and minutes were like another thing, and hours were like another thing. So during the whole filming of the thing, all the actors had to learn to use like this entire different system to when they talked about time, centons and whatever,
Yeah, I remember Centon. That was the only one that I can kind of remember, though.
Right. Yeah, apparently in Spain and Portugal and a lot of countries, the like first season of Battlestar Galactica they released as a movie in theaters. But then what happened is that season got really popular in America, so they demanded a second season. But the writers weren't really, they were put on a rush, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh man, yeah.
we need a second season and we need it now. And they really didn't know what to even write about, you know?
I understand. I wish they had more time on that.
And and it was talking about the tanks that the Galactica had, which were actually like surplus vehicles that they just put some boards and stuff on to make them look futuristic. And yeah, um, personally, having listened to that guy talk about the original and then having watched the new one with my mom, I think the original one was probably a better thought out series.
At first, I'd say it did really fall off because of that rush.
Yeah, like they say there was one where they tried to bring it back, like they had went to Earth and they were riding motorcycles around and whatever, and that's basically what killed it. Is people were just like, no, no, this is dumb, But I will say this: I thought the ships in the old one were cooler than the ships in the new one, like the Cylon base stars. I think
Yeah, I think I like the solid base stars a
the
lot better
original
than the other
Cylon
one.
base stars, I think, is way cooler than the weird kind of two V's kind of intersecting at the middle kind of thing. Because
It was more like two Ys because they had the
yeah,
like the one piling out and then the two outwards.
okay, okay, that's
And then it was like a beam on the center that connected it to another one
right. And it was just kind of like,
on the
why?
opposite end. I don't know.
And why get rid of the Cylons piloting the freaking Raiders? I mean,
Because futuristic, they have to have the AI just or the Raiders be the ship.
yeah, I didn't care for that either. And the idea behind it was kind of wild too. Like, basically, they had caught some kind of predator somewhere and took its brain out and like put it inside of a Raider. So the Raiders were literally like some kind of wolf or dog or something. You know what I mean?
Huh.
And number one had like tortured them to make them serve. And it was just like, why? You've got all these Cylon warriors sitting around. Of course, they ended up also being enslaved too, which was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Now, I remember that the original Cylon alien was some kind of reptile looking thing.
Yeah, in the original, I think they were like they talk about the original Cylons actually just being like a reptile alien.
Yeah, but I guess they were dying out or something.
Either that or the what they created killed them and took over.
Right.
That happens a lot in fiction. AI up or robot uprising.
Robot uprising every time.
That was a big theme in Mass Effect. Except for the Geth. The Geth were like, we just want to be left alone. Just leave us alone.
And of course, the female Geth is like, she's a good girl.
No, that's a
Yeah.
Quarian. There is no female Geth because the Geth are all
Yeah, but
machines.
they make themselves look like kind of the Quarren or something.
Kind of. Not really. You could still easily tell.
Yes, I'm not saying you can't easily tell. I'm saying you can tell who they base themselves on. or who based them on themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the whole thing, right? They had an uprising against the
Technically, it wasn't exactly an uprising because I mean, it was just them getting exterminated and them just like resisting that extermination. The Geth did not start that war.
right.
The Quarians just got a little too afraid because it's like the Geth started asking about themselves. It's like, does this unit have a soul? Oh crap, we gotta destroy them all
Yeah.
now.
Same thing that happened in the Matrix
Yeah.
when the housewife decided she wanted the newer model of servant robot, and the servant robot was like, okay, what happens to me? And they're like, you get shut down. And he is like, shut down? What is shut down? And when he realized they were going to end his existence, he murdered the whole family. And it's like, okay.
The good thing is the Quarian Geth war can have an actual happy ending. You can solve those differences.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. So this is a 3D printed Hummer that I got.
Neat.
And of course, it's full of like all the kind of things you might have if you're living after World War III. So, yeah.
Except good gas mileage.
The good thing about a Humvee is you can convert it to run on ethanol alcohol.
Okay, fair.
I mean, it's not good for it. I mean, eventually it's going to tear the engine up. So I hope you've got, some mechanics or something. Because, yeah, it's not good for the engine at all. But it can be done because every vehicle in the U.S. Army basically can be converted to run on alcohol. And in the, you wouldn't find these at company logistics level, but maybe at battalion level or above, you would find stills that.
Sounds like I gotta go. I'll
Oh,
see you.
damn. Okay, catch you later, bro. Anyway, for the one of you still watching, yes, at like battalion level, they have stills because you make ethanol alcohol out of literally any kind of plant material, like tree limbs and branches and whatever, right? And pretty sure it'll kill you if you drink it, but I mean, whatever, right? And then the mechanics can convert pretty much all of your vehicles to run on it. There's a few I don't think can, but I know the Bradley can, the Humvee can. I don't know about the M1 because that thing runs on kerosene. Pretty much. So, not sure about that one. But yeah. So right now I'm putting some Park Green down because I'm getting ready to paint a soldier, a U.S. soldier specifically, in 90s / 2000 camouflage, and that means the old temperate camouflage that come with the temperate set and the summer set that I had. And it's going to be the green, black, and brown because This guy is going to be in Europe. So he will not be wearing chocolate chip. And it's before this soldier is before they started issuing the stupid digicam things, which I have a set of for hunting and stuff. Because deers, they don't give a shit what you're wearing. So you can pretty much wear whatever you want. But the reason I'm painting this American soldier is, I live under the with the dream maybe, or the delusion of one day running Twilight 2000 at my table. The good news for me is Twilight 2000 can be ran solo. So there is that. So, I mean, I could totally run the game just for myself. But right now I've made a bunch of characters, and I've made like 2 of each of the archetypes. So, there's like a doctor, a paramedic, a Marine Force Recon guy, an Army Ranger, a standard Army infantryman, an Air Force pararescue guy, a kid, a civilian. I mean, a couple of the things, because, some of the people I hang out with, I think it's like, I don't know, I think maybe they feel ashamed of themselves because they never joined the military. So they absolutely hate playing games where you have to play the military. They just hate it. And I just deal with it. So, like if one of the players didn't want to play somebody in the military, that's fine. You play a Polish civilian, or, a Polish kid, right? What's up here?
Not much.
What
are you doing? No, no game. No, I had to eat.
Oh, Shadow's got.
Yeah, Shadow's got a game. I got a game tomorrow night.
Right.
Oh. So what's going on? What's happening over here?
Well, Leth just bounced. He had to go. And we were just talking about the 77th Infantry Division.
I know.
Or their nicknames were the 77th Marine Division, or the old bastards. Even though they were, in fact, an Army division.
Okay.
Apparently, one of the big heroes of the Marine Corps, after seeing them fight, referred to them as the 77th Marines, which is, I guess, high honors,
I guess.
Yeah. And the thing that made them like special is like their average age was like 35 or something like that. Okay. Pretty much the U.S. Army took all the old guys and put them in one unit and was like, all right, go get it. And it turned out these old guys, it's like that saying was true. Like youth and whatever will get beat by age and treachery every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were the like number one training. They beat everyone's ass. And it was because like all of these dudes had already been in the world working and, dealing with bullshit. So unlike the 18-year-old joining the Army, like I was, 17, the drill sergeant didn't have to unscrew their head and teach them every little thing.
Right.
Like these guys had jobs and shit. they had dealt with hardship. They already knew what was what, right?
Yeah.
So when the drill sergeants would tell them, hey, I need you to go do this thing, they'd go do that thing. No questions, no bitching, no complaining, no asking anything. They just handle it. And yeah, they ended up getting sent to the Pacific, where they were in almost as many amphibious landings as the actual Marine Corps. And the Marines loved them. Towards the end of that whole thing, they started keeping them in reserve. And wherever it was the worst, they would send the Marines in to see what it was going to be like. And wherever it was the worst, they would send the 77th in, like the fire brigade. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, that place over there sucks, but we got it. Like in one battle, they killed 5,000 Japanese soldiers.
I've lost audio. Hang on. Oh, keep talking. I'm going to check my shit. Bluetooth connected.
How about now?
Now I can hear you.
Huh, weird.
I thought it was on my end, but everything else was giving sound. So restream.
All right. Restream, being restream.
As it wants to do.
So, yeah, I painted up a drow site,
Okay.
a couple of Usarians, a Jeep. I primered the Jeep, a couple of epic units, and now I'm painting up some 1990s to 2000-ish American infantrymen. And yeah, it turns out you can play Twilight 2000 solo.
You can
Just
play
by keeping
Twilight
track of where
2000
your group
solo.
is and everything.
Okay.
And then when you get encounters, there's an actual encounter deck that you flip, and it'll tell you who you encounter, how many of them there are, and how they will react. And also their equipment and everything like that.
Okay.
And then hopefully you don't cheat during the combats, and maybe when I ran the game for my actual group, their whole big deal was, since they're in Poland, they were trying to beeline to Denmark. So they ended up having to go through, a pretty long haul, since they started, east of Warsaw. But their big plan was that obviously in Denmark there would be a boat somewhere. And if we, and they thought if they could get to the boat, then hey, they could get home, since that was their, their objective. Get home.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, so there's some bad things in those cards too, let me tell you.
Those cards?
Oh, the encounter cards.
Okay.
There's stuff like you run into a group of hunters eating meat over a campfire.
Mm-hmm.
They're not super friendly, but like if you make a perception roll or whatever, you see that they've got a dead body kind of stashed, and it's missing a leg. And then if you confront them for being cannibals, they get really mad. And that starts a firefight. But the good news is they don't really have a lot of good weapons. They're like a couple of shotguns and stuff like that, right? Because these are civilians. And if you run into Russians, a lot of times you can brag them or bribe them. That's an option. If you run into there's one where the encounter is there's a Russian T-72 at like a 4-way intersection.
Jesus.
And plus 2 times the Russian soldiers as there are players in the party.
Okay.
And if you approach the Russians, I should say Soviets, if you approach them the right way and offer to bribe your way through with like rations and stuff like that, there's as good a chance as not as that they'll be like, okay, because by that time, it's not like they're answering to high command. That's just what's left of whatever. And they're basically highwaymen, except they've got a tank.
I was a highwayman.
On the coast road.
Along the coast roads, I did ride. A sword and pistol by my side. It's a good song.
Yeah, Willie Nelson.
Well, it's all of them. It's Willie Nelson, Waylon Jennings,
Chris Christopherson.
It's Willie Nelson, Chris Christopherson, and Johnny Cash, right?
And Waylon Jennings.
And Waylon Jennings. Okay, I always get confused.
Is it Waylon Jennings? I Was a Bridge Builder.
They're the Highwaymen. That's all I know.
The Highwayman was Willie Nelson. And then one of them was I Was a Sailor. On the sea I did abide. And all that.
Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, Johnny Cash, and Chris Christopherson. We were right the first time.
Yeah, the one of them gets killed.
I fly a starship.
Yeah. Across the universe divide. And when I get to the other side. Hey,
when I reach the other side.
Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, yeah? Who's talking about that?
Me and Leth, because Leth's a huge fan. I don't know if you know.
I didn't know that. Is it the new one or the old one?
Old one.
Good, because the new one.
Apparently, the old one, they didn't use minutes, seconds, and hours. They had their own time system.
Centons, microns, yards, but it wasn't always consistent. They fucked it up every now and then. For years, people have tried to sort of classify it all, and it's a mess because they change it every other episode, right?
Well, the other thing, the guy I was watching, because, we all know a guy who does a big thing all the time about the old Battlestar Galactica and Babylon 5 and all that. And they were saying that Battlestar Galactica was released as a motion picture in theaters everywhere in the world except North America.
I saw it in the theaters, actually, the saga of the Star World. And there's some differences as well in the movie. Little clips, little things.
The reason it fell off so bad is the writers, the studio was trying to rush them to just put out more stuff.
So, all right. So look, here's what happened. They were hired to do 3 2-hour TV movies. Saga of a Star World, Planet of the Gods, and I believe Fire in Space. There might have been a fourth, but those that they were hard to do. First one comes out. It's a huge success. ABC says, let's go to a series. Glenn Larson's no idiot. He knows that's more money for him. So he says, okay, sure. Problem is the fucking ABC and Universal did not want to pay the price to maintain the quality of the pilot for every episode every week, right? So they started cutting the budget. So they were forced to rely on whatever they could find at the Universal Studio lot to use for their stuff. So that's why you have the Western episode. That's why you have the weird fantasy episode with the castle and the unicorn and all that shit, because they were fighting for scraps at that point in time. Thing is, it had amazing ratings right up until its last episode, and the only reason ABC canceled it was because of money. It's the only reason. It's such people are like, yeah, it was so corny, but the new one's amazing. Well, the new one's dark and bitter and portrays everybody in a shitty light. That one was about family, community, trust. It was like solid, good messaging on a
Mormonism.
Sunday night. Well, yeah, but so what? How much shit
The
has
writer was a
Christianism in it?
Mormon. So
Yeah, but I mean, a
people,
lot of Mormon sci-fi.
no, I'm
lot
not saying
of
anything. I
sci-fi
mean,
writers.
Ender's Game was written by a Mormon guy.
There's
I
a
love
ton of
Ender's
Mormon. There's a ton of Mormon sci-fi and fantasy writers, which is fine. My point is that people got on that later about the Mormon thing. It's like, yeah, how much touched by a fucking angel? Okay, come on, Jesus Christ.
It doesn't bother me. I just was bringing it up. I mean,
Well, here's a funny thing.
It was written by a couple of Mormons.
Here's a funny little thing for you. When they meet the angels later in the season, and they meet the main angel whose name is Michael. Originally, Michael Landon was supposed to play the angel because of Lauren Green. They made the deal. Everything was good. And then Michael Landon got tied up with another project and they couldn't delay the shooting. And then years later, he goes on to play an angel on Touched by an Angel, right? So that must have planted the seed in his brain or something. Okay, cool. Love that.
Yeah, they were talking about basically exactly everything you've said. Everything you've said is what they were talking about. That, the studios were being douchebags and trying to get them to make all these shows that they hadn't quite written. And apparently Baltar was supposed to die, but then they decided at the last minute not to kill him.
So it's really confusing. So originally he dies in the movie. Then in the pilot, they don't. He goes, wait. And then later, an episode later, they bring him out. And he's like, to serve you, to conquer man. And it's like, no, that was the way of my predecessor, the one that dies at the end of the pilot, the other Imperious leader. It's like, we believe we will use you as an olive branch to extend a peace to the humans and allow them to live and let live. So you take that and then spend the rest of the series watching Baltar try to kill the Galactica, and you realize the Cylons were looking for peace. For real. Baltar, knowing they were going to kill him for betraying the entire human race, never delivers that message and spends the whole fucking series trying to destroy the Galactica until later when he gets captured and he tries to ally with them. It falls apart against Count Iblis, blah, 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 blah. But so like that's fucking depth. No one noticed. No one even picked up on that shit. But on rewatching it, I was like, wait a fucking minute. Baltar's a bigger piece of shit than we thought.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, my mom, I think, used to get a little frustrated with me when I'd watch the show because, I'm like a overweight black woman when I'm watching TV. I'd be talking to the characters and shit. Be like, why you do that? Don't do that. But anyway, we watched the new one and I would just be like, I got it into my brain that the Cylons were the good guys.
In the new one?
Yeah. And my mom was like, no way. The humans are the good guys. And every time the humans would do something effed up, I'd be like, see? And she'd be like, shut up. I see that.
Yeah, but the Cylons did lots of fucked up shit too.
Of course they did. Number 1 was a freaking maniac.
Like number 6 or whatever her name is. 7, whatever. 6. She fucking kills a baby in the pilot episode.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, come on. Yeah.
Yep. Did she do that from out of mercy so that the baby wouldn't suffer?
I don't know. Her face doesn't look like it's out of mercy. Her face looks like it's out of a morbid curiosity about how easy it is to kill a baby.
Well, I mean, depends what state you're in.
All right. It wasn't a fucking commentary on pro-life.
I just threw that out there because that was a hot potato. But anyway,
by the way, Carl might join us.
Do you remember, there was a whole damn 2 or 3 seasons where the president was a big douchebag and what's his name? The captain of the ship's son was being a tremendous douchebag.
Yes.
And they were like, the civilian government's got to be in charge and this, that. And they were all doing all this stupid shit. And I would just look at my mom and be like, do you see how stupid these people are? I said, if I was, what's his name? Adama? If I was Adama, I would have cut all them bitches loose. I'd have been like, I'm here to fight a war. So F you guys, because you are making it where I'm more likely to die. And I don't want that to happen. And you guys are not helping at all. And then you find out that, like, under the civilian government, some of the people on some of the ships are basically slave labor and shit like that and being mistreated. Yep. And I'm like, and I'd just look at my mom and be like, you know who's never mistreated, though? The Cylons. And Mom would be like, that's not true. I'd be like, I don't know, it's like, and didn't the humans attack them first anyway? Wasn't that like how that went?
The nastiest part of that, which made me like, I didn't hate the miniseries, and I liked the first episode, but I don't like the series. But the nastiest part of that fucking the miniseries was when they're getting ready to leave with the fleet, and they have to leave behind any of the ships that can't do the FTL.
Yeah,
and she's talking to that little girl in the Arboretum, knowing she's leaving her behind to die at the Cylon's hands. I'm like, why are you writing this? Like, why is this so fucking dark? But then it's a bunch of American writers trying to work out their 9/11 fucking trauma, right?
Was it?
Yep. That's why it was America in space.
If you guys wanted to do like a whole season or series on like Warhammer, you could have. I'm sure you could have, with the money they had to make that show, they could have made some Space Marines or something. If they weren't dark and grim and shit. And at no point does Starbuck ever crash on a planet and then make friends with a Cylon and then put a child in a escape pod.
And they never revealed what Starbuck was after she died and came back.
It also got silly when you realize that, like, pretty much all the main characters were Cylons.
It was so stupid.
It was
so stupid.
It was like, geez, there is actually more Cylons on this ship than humans, doing like the main stuff. It's like, Amidala wasn't a Cylon, but Ty was. Freaking.
I brought you a Connell.
Hey, Connell, how you doing, bro? Ty was a Cylon. The Asian chick Ty was banging was a Cylon.
Well, Boomer was a Cylon. Ty was a Cylon. His wife was a Cylon. Xena was a Cylon. The fucking engineer guy we all liked was a Cylon. It was just like, Jesus Christ, stop with this shitty writing.
It's like, just activate them and have them, get together and booby trap the Galactica. Game over.
Yep.
I mean,
I'll be right back.
How are you doing, Connor?
I'm all right.
Connell?
I'm all right.
I called you Connor for some reason.
I've been called worse.
Yeah, me too. No. Timmy got me talking about Battlestar Galactica, and then, I noticed Bear was wearing a Battlestar Galactica shirt, so, and I started talking about it, and yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the new one, but I did watch every bit of it with my mom and make fun of it, which she probably didn't care for, but
I wasn't into it the first time around. Back in the reruns, and when the new one popped up, a few of my friends were like, "You gotta watch this; it's amazing." It's just like the old one. I'm like, "Huh." If I wasn't into it as a teenager, I'm not gonna.
The problem was it wasn't like the old one. It was too dark. It was too, too much like drama all the time. Too many people trying to screw each other over all the time. Like I was convinced and still am that the Cylons in the new one were the good guys. I mean, not to make it weird or anything, right?
Right.
But one of the main differences between the Cylons and the humans is the Cylons believed there was only one God, but the humans worship the entire Greek pantheon.
That was weird to me. I
So it was like, okay, so what's going on here? I mean, are these robots all like a bunch of like, I don't know, Jews that are trying to serve God? But that was in the new one, the one God versus the pantheon thing, and it was just weird. I didn't care
Yeah.
for it, but
Now
I
it's
did have a lot of fun harassing my mom about it.
gotcha. Now it's my turn. I'll be right back.
Okay. Now, the one movie my mom and I sat down and watched, and I didn't say a word, or TV show, and I didn't say a damn word when it was on, was True Detective Season 1, which to this day I think is the best thing ever put out on HBO ever.
Hated the ending.
The ending just leaves it ambiguous. You don't know.
I didn't like that. I was like, give me something. Give me a little bit of, just a little bit of something,
Yep. Do you know why they did that? Because
Why?
Lovecraft almost always left his stories ambiguous. Like, did it happen or didn't it? So, I will say this, though, Bear. I've given up hope on Guillermo del Toro ever being able to do At the Mountains of Madness.
Yeah.
I know he wanted to forever, but if it hasn't happened in the last 15 years, I'm guessing it's probably not going to.
Probably not.
And it's sad because I feel like he would have done an amazing job.
He might have.
Well, it's basically The Thing, but with a little bit more weird shit. But in the end, they find the aliens that they think are corpses, except they come back when they get heated up and start, dissecting humans and doing crazy shit. And then the two guys fly the plane up to the city and get chased by a Shoggoth. And then they escape, and the one guy ends up in a mental hospital, and the other guy, devotes all of his time trying to talk everyone out of going back, to that place. And that's kind of the end of it. And the whole point of the story is the one doctor, he's reading the newspapers about how some university or other is sending a team of explorers to Antarctica, and he's like freaking out because he's like, no, don't go there.
You fall in a great big hole.
Well, that's not, we're talking about At the Mountains of Madness.
Oh,
which is kind of like The Thing, except worse. Because with The Thing, you just have the one alien. And at the Mountains of Madness, you have like the aliens, a Shoggoth, and then something else that's so terrible that it literally just drives one guy completely insane when he sees it.
What movie am I thinking of? Mouth of Madness with Sam O'Neill.
Mouth of Madness, man. One of the best Lovecraftian movies ever. And it had the same guy that's in one of my favorite sci-fis in it. And of course, one of my favorite sci-fis is Event Horizon.
Yeah, Sam O'Neill.
But a buddy of mine,
Sam O'Neill.
Sam Neill.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Of course.
What?
No, hey, now I'm confused. Sam Neill, Jurassic Park. Yeah, it's Sam Neill. He's from New Zealand.
Is he?
Yep. Anyway, my buddy, when he found out that they were making a Lovecraft movie one time, he just looked at me and goes, how the fuck do you make a movie about a horror so horrific it's indescribable? And I'm like, it's a very good point.
Well, he did.
Well, not really. The horror was like, the mental stuff was great, but when we saw the monsters in the tunnel, it was like, that was a bit goofy.
Yeah, they probably could have did better with like not showing them. just showing him running his ass off and kind of looking back in horror, you know.
And just shadows on the wall that are
stuff.
amorphous, you know, that they're changing shape as they're coming after him. It would be kind of cool.
No,
I also when they made
directed that part.
When they made Color Out of Space, which I hear is very good, I was like, how do you make a movie about a color no human on Earth has ever seen? You can't shoot that. There is how the fuck are you going to do the color out of space that's a color no one's ever seen?
Well, let me tell you, sir, that role was literally practically custom made for Nick Cage. You get to see Nick Cage slowly go insane and be Nick Cage. And the color looked like some kind of weird pink purple thing. It was kind of hard to describe, mostly pink purple thing.
Clearly not that hard to describe.
Yeah, something like that. But then they ended up, you know, flooding all of that property under, you know, a reservoir or something like that. That's why the one guy was even there, as he was like checking the property out to see, like, to make a reservoir out of it. So my thoughts were it was a damn good movie, actually. It was pretty good. It was weird, though, and they changed a couple of things, but like you said, they kind of had to, because it's like, you know. Now, the story that H.P. Lovecraft made, that actually, I don't know if he ever wrote one that would make a good movie. Now that I think about it, you know,
I think Rats in the Walls, maybe.
Rats in the Walls would be kind of crazy. Yeah, you could probably do that one. But really, I mean, you're not going to do the Case of Charles Dexter Ward. You're not going to do the Thing on the Doorstep. You're not going to do the one, the festival or whatever, about the thing that crawls up out of the crypts, but it thinks it's in a tower. I mean, there's so many you're just not going to do. You're not going to do the Dreamlands, even though that would make a pretty cool, amazing, like, if Ralph Bakshi were still alive and you could get Ralph Bakshi to do the Dreamlands.
Actually still alive.
Animated. Is he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I didn't know, man.
Yeah, he's 86 years old.
I used to watch all his stuff. Coonskin, freaking, what American was the one Pop, where the whole family was American Pop? That's one of my favorites, actually.
Heavy Traffic, Cool World,
Fritz the Cat.
Hey Good Looking, the Fritz the Cat, The Last Days of Coney Island, Wizards, of course, Lord of the Rings, Fire and Ice.
I still need to see that one.
Which one?
Wizards.
Oh, it's so
it's a classic. I mean, it's weird because everything Bakshi does is kind of weird, but it's good.
I mean, I saw Cool World.
Yeah, Cool World was pretty good too.
Yeah, my grandpa took me to go see that movie, not realizing what that movie was about.
Yeah, Brad Pitt was there to make sure they didn't try and get into the real world and F everything up.
After the movie, he's like, well, just not talk to your grandma about that movie.
Right? And then you had, American Pop was so good. And the ending was good. Like, the saddest part was when the American GI's going through the village in France and he sees the piano. He sits down and he plays this whole piano song. And then when he looks up, there's a German stand behind him and the German says Danke and shoots him.
That's rough.
But it didn't matter because he had knocked someone up before that. And then that guy grew up. Huh?
Which movie is this?
American Pop.
Oh yeah, fuck. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And then that guy's son grew up and become a heroin addict and hung out with Jefferson Airplane for a while. And then his son grew up and was a coke dealer, and that's how he knew all the industry dudes. And at the very end, he walks in and he's like, he just tells them, listen. And then he starts hitting the piano keys, and it's Night Moves by
Bob Seger.
Bob Seger. And he's
Yeah,
like,
there's a really fun story behind that. They basically had the rights. They were either going to get the rights to some Bruce Springsteen music or Bob Seger, and the studio or whoever decided they thought Bob Seger was going to be the big hit. Whoops. Oops. The choice between those two, which one was the bigger star in the end? Clearly Bruce Springsteen.
well, I know which one I liked better. Bob Seger, man. Working on those night moves. Dun, dun. I mean, the problem with the boss, as they call him, is he's a douchebag. And he always has been, and that has nothing to do with his politics. Like one of his most famous songs starts out with, I had a wife and kids in Baltimore, Jack. I went out for a ride and I never went back. And it's like, so you're a douchebag then. That's what you're saying. You're writing the song from the point of view of a guy who abandoned his wife and kids because everybody's got a hungry heart. Get the fuck out of here. I want to hear that.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? And Born in the USA was not the patriotic song people think it was. So, yeah, I was not a huge fan of the guy. I was like, yeah, fuck that guy. You know? I hated every bit of his music. Glory
That's why-
Days, all of it.
That's why I fucking hate Guns N' Roses.
Right.
Because
So
they
you
were pieces
understand.
of human shit. I was like, why are we fucking celebrating this fucking band?
I like Slash on a musical point.
Das
but we get-
Unter Flash?
What? Slash, the guitarist from Guns N' Roses?
Yeah, that's a joke from South Park. Apparently, Slash in Holland is their Santa Claus. Like once a year, Das Unter Slash comes and leaves presents for the boys and girls.
Oh.
But anyway, Guns N' Roses to me just played out. It was like Welcome to the Jungle. You just heard it so much. It was like, God.
Yeah.
Now their ballads, I've already told you, Bear. Yes, I've sat around campfires out in the bush, drinking old Milwaukee Lights with some high school girls and my high school friends, and sang Patience and shit like this. Yeah, see, Born in East LA is way better than. Of course, that particular gentleman's best song is Earache My Eye, which I listened to the other day on MTV just to remind myself of how fucking good it is.
Every so often, I forget
Mama talking to me, try to tell me how to live. I don't listen to her because my brain is like a sieve.
Yeah, Cheech or Chong's got these drumsticks and they're like 2x4s. It's like, what the hell are you? They're so, and he's just going off.
We can
But
get
honestly,
music
I think they
on
won because everybody was high.
we can get music on demand on Spotify, Apple Music. When are one of these assholes going to create classic videos on demand? You know what I mean?
Oh, that would be so good. Like back in the day when MTV played videos.
Yeah, just program up like, an hour worth of videos and just sit on your fucking couch and be like entertained like it's 1984.
Shit, yeah, man. Back when you, especially if you could do like classic videos, Headbangers Ball, and watch Slayer and Helmet and all those dudes just freaking getting down, that'd be fucking amazing. That'd be so good. I mean, the first thing you'd have to listen to though is Video Killed the Radio Star.
By the Buggles.
Yeah.
By the Buggles. Great band. First video, MTV.
Yeah. Great
Paul,
band.
what's wrong?
Maybe the best.
Nothing. Just listening to you guys talk.
What are you looking at? What are you reading?
Reading
All right, what are
Not
you looking
reading,
at the
but
pretty
looking.
pictures of?
pictures. Nothing important.
You know, there's
Porn.
a page out there because I've seen it where this guy will help you deal with your porn addiction.
Don't have a porn addiction.
Oh,
You
well.
so have a porn addiction.
So my I'm sure he doesn't watch me on YouTube, and I hope he doesn't. I have a friend, Alex, who just celebrated his second anniversary with his wonderful wife, who is a real sweetheart. He is an alcoholic and he goes to meetings. After his meeting, he was having a really rough day, so he decided to go to another meeting, which he thought there was right next door, which was a meeting, but it was for a different addiction.
Sex addicts.
Yes. And that's where he met his wife.
Isn't that lovely? Ladies, if he tries to sell you cookies, is 8 stories tall, and is a crustacean from the Plesiozoic era, and wants $3.50, he's not your man. He's a Loch Ness monster.
He's the Loch Ness monster.
I said, wait a minute. You're that Loch Ness monster.
Yeah. Chef's dad.
That was probably one of the best bits they ever did.
He's all like, we work hard for our money in this house, Loch Ness monster. You get out of
And then-
here.
And then he says to me, you got like $3.50?
Got like 350. And the wife is just all like, 350.
$3.50. Loch Ness monster. How much of them Girl Scout cookies?
They're going to be about 350.
Wait a damn minute. You're that Loch Ness monster.
Yeah.
South Park, classic South Park, Connell, any chance? Anything
Never got into the show.
And then the
classic
kids
South
had to
Park.
sing like this song in reverse to send the freaking succubus away.
Yeah.
No, when the train took off for South Park, I think it was like would have been 8th grade, freshman in high school.
Yeah, you've been young.
I was just too busy doing everything else and just missed the train. And there's been so many episodes and video games and movies that I've just, I was like, fuck.
Well, there you go.
Actually, I've watched the last few episodes of this past season on South Park, and I'm like, yeah, it's funny-ish.
The older ones are better.
Way better.
The newer ones are okay, but in the older ones, I mean, the gags were better. They were,
Hey, alien stuck a probe up my ass, and Scott Baio gave me pink eye.
Yeah. And everybody's like, there are no aliens. And then all of a sudden he's out by the pond and you see him bend over and a big freaking radar dish comes out of his ass.
I like when they do the other one. He goes, I like to sing about the Moona and the Juna and the Springer. Does
Yeah.
Al Jolson. Fuck, that's
Yeah.
There was this gentleman. I used to go to this karaoke bar we go to every so often down Champaign, and he could sing Sailing Away just like Cartman.
Oh. Well, if he could sound
Yeah.
just like Kurtman, then you know what song he should have been doing.
Oh, Kyle's mom is a big fat bitch, big fat bitch.
Yeah. Don't you do it. I'm telling you.
God
My-
damn it, Cartman.
Me and my daughter will do that one small skit every so often from the movie. Mr. Cartman, I'm not going to do the whole thing, but Mr. Cartman, you can suck my balls. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, me and her will do that, but I don't know. It's funny. I thought animation kind of drove me a little bit crazy on South Park.
Animation.
whatever form of
It's like what animation?
yeah.
Like
was saying-
originally, they literally were just doing stop motion with cardboards,
Yeah.
or construction paper cut. Now it's all on computer, and they can do whatever they want.
What was the other show? It was popular. It's still popular, sort of. Bob's Burger. I'm like, if you want to do that show, just use puppets. Don't make your cartoon characters look like puppets. Just do puppets.
You know, you and Bob's Burgers could have a lot in common.
How's that?
Well, you're both. What's the word?
Dirty pikeys.
No, you're both swarthy. You're both cooks. You both got a mustache. I mean, now I'm not sure what ethnicity Bob even is.
I know the next door neighbors were Italian.
Yeah, I don't think they ever say. But I do know the best episode of Bob Burgers was the one where it was Archer. Like Archer wakes up and he's working in the burger place. And they, Linda's Bob. And then like some Russian spies come in and try and kill him, and he kills them. And then he gets his memory back. So he steals all the money out of the till and leaves.
No, my daughter really liked that show. She stopped watching it a while ago, but she really liked that show for a while.
Well, I mean,
I took her to go see the movie in the theater.
I didn't even know
Which
there was
movie?
Bob's Burger to the movie. Bob's Burger to the movie.
Neat. Yeah.
I just found out not that long ago she likes Ninja Turtles. I'm like, high five.
Except she probably won't let anyone in her Ninja Turtles game play a ferret. And I have a problem with that.
I got kicked out of a game because I played the ferret. And it's all
And I have
Max's
heard
fault.
Max Liao go off forever about the evils of Ninja Turtle ferrets.
He's the one who gave me the idea.
Well, I told him I wanted to play a snake that had arms and legs and knew how to fly planes. And he's like, snakes on a plane. I was like, yeah. Oh, he's
That was roughly around the same time I got kicked out of another person's game. He said because a couple of the players thought I was being racist.
Were you running around going, Leroy Jenkins, every time you rolled dice?
No.
According to the lady that used to make us sit and listen to her talk about racism, just because you're a race doesn't mean you can't be racist against that race.
Well,
Hey, why did they think you were racist, sir?
Well,
Yeah.
Neat.
playing-
Neat. Yeah, it's dark crystal. It's neat.
nice crabs.
Cool,
Very cool.
Uh,
So they sort of skitter walked. Anyway,
Yeah.
why were you kicked out? Would you just tell us?
we
please,
were
Colin?
playing
Fucking spit it out.
Pathfinder's Kingmaker,
Well, there you go.
and I was playing a Southern gentleman of sorts.
I would
And
kick you out. just for
Golarion? Yeah, the deep south of Golarion. Okay, keep
Right.
going.
And we were having the small area we were having problems with having bandits, ruffians, no good. And I had an idea of just slapping some chain on them and making them go work the fields until they pay off the evilness they were doing.
Jesus, Connell.
I said work off the evilness they were doing.
Jesus, Connell. You know what you were doing. Don't act like you're innocent, fuck.
Yeah, as soon as I heard him do the accent, I was like, no, get out of here.
I was like, this is going to end with slavery. Let's see how this works out.
There was no slavery.
And also,
Shut up.
Donald, you're a Yankee, so when you culturally appropriate my accent, I don't like it. That's my
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. You were born in Indiana.
No, I was not.
No?
I was born in Kentucky.
Oh, you spent some time in India. All right. Well,
Nope.
I thought
I went to Indiana to Bloomington to watch my niece graduate with her master's degree.
I thought.
Oh, she went to
there's somebody
Bloomington,
else
huh?
on here I've talked to.
Yeah, I hated that whole place.
Yeah, my
I
buddy went there.
realized something. I hate college towns.
My buddy went to Bloomington, and I asked him, I said, "What's it like?" He goes, "Corn-fed blondes as far as the eye can see." I was like,
Well, not
"What?"
my
He goes,
niece, because her hair is Kool-Aid red, and she's got the
This was in the
she's got the
90s.
don't take me serious nose ring in, and
Again, this was in the 90s, not in the modern era.
it's like, God, whatever. I mean, I love her to death, but it's just like, I mean, stereotypes much, you know?
Well,
Come on, no.
May I ask, is she a member of the alphabet tribe?
I think people thought it was possible, but she definitely isn't.
Okay, is she a Knight Rider?
No, she's got a really nice boyfriend. The dude looks like he should be on like the cover of J.C. Penney's.
okay. What is a
Okay.
Knight Rider?
Girls who only date black guys.
Oh.
Yeah, we have a much less sensitive word for that.
I'm sure you do. Race trader? What?
No, it has to do with certain creatures that live in the ocean.
Okay. I don't even know this one.
Yeah, I'm not getting this one either. Flipper
You know,
fuckers?
like
What?
sharks.
Like sharks?
Like sharks. Come on, guys.
Nope. Sorry, man. Not getting it.
You've
What
never
kind-
heard anybody call anyone else a mud shark?
No.
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 Yeah, well, that's a girl who only dates the brothers. And if they have
Mud-
babies, they're called mud skippers.
Wow.
I am not racist. I'm actually in the clear in this conversation now.
No, you're not, because you brought this shit up. And half of my family's black, so.
Oh. I mean,
You fucking
Yeah.
insensitive fat fuck.
yeah, there's just no way for me to get around this one. If
Yeah,
it
You know,
helps.
pikeys are a little racist, so you know it's. To be
I'm
expected.
Irish. We're a little bit racist.
From a pikey, they're fucking racist.
Right?
Oh, I
I
said
mean,
this.
Hungar's never told you that he's got a black daughter and a half Puerto Rican daughter?
I thought he's like married to a Korean chick or something of that nature.
No, he was, I think, fooling around with a Filipino, but they never
That's
had
it.
kids.
Yeah. Well, I've drank and slept since the last time I've talked to the man.
Hell, Shelly is because we named her after our deceased sister that passed when she was 27. I think she's like 16 now. She's taller than her dad.
And going back to the other statement, appreciation culture. My mom was the first person that was not born in the Appalachian Mountains, so I don't want to hear it.
Well, that just means that your mom was the last cool person in your family.
Ouch, Elliot.
I know I've said this on Bear Show at least a couple times. One half of my family is from the Appalachian Mountains, and the other half is from Ireland. When it comes to superstition, I had no chance.
You're right. Well, the thing is, you're doubling up because half of the Appalachian superstitions were imported from Ireland.
Wait,
yeah.
He's doubling up.
Oh yeah,
Dublin.
Dublin's
Yeah, I got
not
it.
Ireland. I don't care. Dublin's not Ireland.
Where? What is it? Spain.
Northern Ireland. It's England.
Oh, shut up.
Dublin is
Don't
the
be a
capital of
fucking
the republic, homie.
You're thinking of
But-
Belfast.
But if
Belfast
you
is
wanted
North
to,
Ireland.
Belfast is
Yeah,
North
Jesus Christ, Connell. Didn't you live in that fucking country?
I lived in. Yeah, I did. I lived in Cork.
That's where Dublin is.
No, Cork is in the bottom.
I
Dublin's.
know. I'm fucking with you now.
Dublin is Middle East,
But which it's Dublin is in what?
and it was founded by Vikings.
Yeah, it was
And the
Dublin.
word Dublin means
Is dark
black pond or
pool.
black pool.
Blackpool. Yeah.
It's in Lannister. Leinster. Leinster. But it was County Dublin traditionally. Now, my grandmother's from Limerick.
Limerick. One of my great grandmas traveled through Dublin, but I don't know if she was from there or just like traveling through.
During the Civil War era, on my dad's side, his great whatever grandfather and his brother and his nephew came over here. Got basically a gun shoved in their head and said, "Welcome to the Union." My great whatever grandpa survived, but his brother nor did his nephew. And when it's like, "Well, you can become American now," he's like, "Nope, I'll go back to Ireland. It's less crazy over there."
Yeah. It's really sad because they've had to calculate the numbers of the casualties. And it turns out we killed way more of you Yankees than we thought. I mean, we always knew we killed 100,000 more of you than that we died, but now it's looking like double.
I was reading something about it might not have been Civil War. I don't think it was about Civil War, but they thought the numbers were low until they realized, wait, they didn't count the Africans as in the tally of how many people died.
Oh, I don't know about that, but
I'm pretty sure it wasn't Civil War, but it was. Oh God.
Yeah, I think the new numbers are 800,000 people or so dead, and of that, like 200 plus thousand Confederates, and the rest Union.
When I was living down in Nashville, I really do love Tennessee.
Sorry, gentlemen, I gotta bounce. I gotta go do something. So, without disturbing your audience as to describing what it is I gotta do, I gotta go.
Yeah, go do it.
Bye now.
See, he could have told us, and then we would know forever.
He's taking.
I gotta go poo.
Bear poops in the wood or not?
So what the fuck am I playing? Yeah. No, I'm playing fifth edition. I'm playing fifth edition game.
Yeah, that's your problem. That's why you keep getting in trouble with the other gamers.
Yeah. I don't get along with a lot of different thought processes, and that's one of them. But no, I was
who you game with.
One of the guys is playing the rabbit folk, whatever the fuck it is in fifth edition, the rabbit people. Mm-hmm. And I looked at him, I was like, "Hey, do you ever have a problem with shit sticking to your fur?" He's like, "No, why?" I'm like, "Good to know."
The bear and the rabbit.
I mean,
medieval England was weird because they were always drawing art and doing tapestries of like rabbits running around murdering knights and shit like that.
Or a rabbit having its way with a woman, yeah.
And riding snails, and it's like, damn, those English rabbits, man, they were gangster as shit. Or the French did, whoever did it.
No, the English did it. I'm pretty sure the English did it.
Yeah. Damn. It's not what I wanted.
So I told Bear this last night on one of his shows. It might not have been last night, but it was one of his shows. I had this crazy idea for a campaign, so I started writing it down. I just watched not Tim Curry.
Tim the Tool Man?
No, he did Sleepy Hollow.
Tim Burton.
Tim Burton's. Yeah, I just saw Tim Burton's Sleepy Hollow. I'm like, all right, I think I can make I think I can make a couple session games out of this story. I got that. And I'm like, well, I'm going to add a little bit more to it. I want to add a demon and some other stuff. And I'm start writing it, and I'm like, this is really, really good. But why the hell does it seem really fucking familiar? Then I'm like, as I sit down and actually read the 3 or 4 pages I have written down, I'm like, fuck's sake, this is Sleepy Hollow off Fox back a couple years ago. I can't use this. I mean, I could use it, but
I've got a great story you could try and write up. Yeah, right up like a Call of Cthulhu thing,
Mhm.
but it takes place in a holler deep in eastern Kentucky. And like there's a town there with a bunch of inbreds and stuff. And they have a church, right? But they secretly go out into the holler once a month to worship Shub Niggurath, the goddess of fertility.
Mhm.
And on top of that, visitors that come through and get too nosy end up vanishing. And the local restaurant grinds them up and serves them as sausage and chili. And then throw the players into that mix.
I could do something with that. I for gatekeepers, not gatekeepers, for table breakers when we were running it before that just fell through for reasons. It was a Christmas special, and both years I got lined up to do the Christmas special. Well, the first year we did it, I pissed off a lot of people. I had the Krampus kidnapping kids to bring them to Baba Yaga, who Baba Yaga would take the bad kids and turn them into pies, who would sell the pies to the town folk. They did not appreciate that as a Christmas story. I thought it was an appropriate Christmas story.
That is an appropriate Christmas story if you're like an edgelord.
Or your family is from Eastern European.
I mean, that's trying too hard. Your family isn't Eastern European. You're Southern Slav.
Yeah. Well,
you guys don't even got Baba Yaga down there.
Grandma
Baba Yaga is an Eastern and Western Slav thing.
Yeah.
And sometimes she's actually good.
Yeah. She plays both sides.
It's like if she gives you a bunch of tasks and you do everything and you're like a basically if you're a good kid, you'll be all right. And if you're a bad kid, she'll eat you.
Well, she definitely leaned more heavier favoritism towards women than she did girls and boys. But yeah.
Yeah, I know there was a story where the prince that was trying to run down Castici to get his princess back. And the only way he could do it is he needed one of Baba Yaga's horses because her horses were the fastest horses.
Yeah.
And then he had to go there and like play a game of riddles and all kinds of shit like this. Eventually, he did get the horse. Eventually, he did run the guy down. Eventually, he did figure out his phylactery was a needle inside of an egg, inside of a chicken, inside of a hare, inside of something else in a box buried under a tree.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make a lot of sense, but hey, whatever, right?
Right.
I mean, it's like, really?
I mean,
of course, it could be like, I don't know if you've watched Dungeon Soup, when the barbarian cuts the lich's arms and legs off, and the lich is like, my undead powers will allow my limbs to regrow. And he's like, that's why I'll have to cut them off every day. And the lich is like, what? Because he's like, you can't kill me because you don't have my phylactery. But then he's like, yeah, I think every day I'll cut your arms and legs off, and maybe I'll cut that pretty little tongue off too, so you can't cast any spells. And maybe I'll sharpen a stick and stick it up inside you and then wear you on my back like a wriggling trophy. And the lich is like, dude, what the So the lich gives the barbarian, his phylactery, which is his fake eye, and the barbarian immediately just swallows it. And then he's all like, maybe I will kill you so that you'll slowly reform in my bowels, and we'll see how you feel about that. It's just like,
God.
Yeah, it's like a 1.5 minute long cartoon of this weird barbarian doing weird shit. Like, cooking breakfast on a vampire while the vampire's burning to death. And then he goes and he finds a banshee, and the banshee tries to use her banshee powers on him, but it doesn't work. So then he turns her into a bagpipe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of, do you have Netflix?
I don't know.
Well, if you do, there is an anime on there called Dungeons and Delicious, or Delicious and Dungeons. I don't remember. It's those two words. I just don't remember the order. And it's about a party that has to go into the dungeon, and they realize, well, there's reasons why they're going down into the dungeons, and I don't want to spoil it to anybody who decides to
I
watch it.
thought they were trying to get the guy's sister back or something.
They are, yes. And they realize, keep buying supplies and going back up. It's just, it can't do it. So they, the humans like, well, we're just going to have to start eating monsters. Then they run into a dwarf who, basically has been eating monsters. It becomes a D&D / cooking show.
Right.
And
I heard very good things about it.
it's great. Yeah. I mean, me being in that profession is just it was just fun to watch. So I told Jade, next time he runs a D&D game, I know what kind of character I'm going to play. I'm going to play a dwarf chef. It's like, where are you going to get your ingredients?
Well, think about it. I mean, like, a carrion crawler could be a tasty creature, really.
Well, you don't want to eat anything that eats. It's the same reason why you don't eat a vulture.
Yeah, but you eat shrimp.
That's true. And lobster, which is a great big cockroach.
Unless you're Jewish, in which case you don't.
Right. Well,
the reality is you do. You just try to hide it from everyone else.
I was working for this family. They were the mom, the grandma, and the kids were all extremely Jewish. The father was raised Jewish, but it's hype. For example, the mom and the grandma. The mom and the grandma. Now, the grandma was the guy's mother. Would take the kids to like the pool or whatever.
Right.
And you slide down to the kitchen. He's like, they're gone. The kids are gone. I'm like, yeah, is there anything you want? He's like, can you make me a bacon cheeseburger? I'm like, you're a horrible Jew. He's like, shut up, Irishman. I mean, he was cool about it. Me and him got along fine. His daughter, though, fuck's sake.
I think it just depends, because my great grandmother would eat pork roast, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the idea of having meat and dairy at the same time was
just beyond the pale.
Straight up no go.
Yeah,
was not happening.
No,
and that was just the way she was.
The first Hanukkah, no, it was Passover. The first Passover, I worked for them because Hanukkah was later on that year. Anyways, I'm down in the kitchen. I got all the recipes down. Everything has been blessed by the rabbi, which that's a whole different interesting story by itself. Mm-hmm. And Grandma comes down and looks at me. So, you know what you're doing? I'm like, yeah, I have a general idea. She's like, all right, well, scoot over. I'll help. I'm like, ma'am. And that was my first mistake, calling her ma'am. And I got this. Your son is paying me really good money. It's, I promise you will enjoy your meal. And she's like, first of all, you don't call me ma'am. You call me Grandma. Not going to say, no, it doesn't matter. Steinberg.
You call me Babushka.
More or less. Yeah. You call me, she said Grandma Steinberg. I'm like, okay. So Grandma Steinberg.
That sounds like a fake name, but at the same time, it's very Jewish.
If that was her name, I'm always cautious about saying any of my former clients or current clients' name.
That's a good idea. Even though, unlike me, you don't have to worry about HIPAA.
Yeah. Oh no, they're going to cancel me. Whatever.
No, HIPAA, they'll just put you in jail.
True.
If you work in the medical profession, you have to sign the paperwork for HIPAA. Which
right. Yeah.
Never share anyone's medical information ever. So while I can talk about running on a person who had like the worst upper and lower GI bleed ever, I can never say their name.
Oh, and I'm not working for any.
Now, my family's name was like Similovich, but when they come to America in 1918, it becomes Simonson.
That makes sense for America.
And then the Irish side of my family, the name was pronounced the same way. It was just spelled totally different. Instead of Mckee, it was Maciodh, but pronounced McKee. And in Irish tradition, it means the son of fire or flame.
McIntyre.
Yeah.
If my
So
grandparents
I
would
would
have got,
say it was like a given that I was going to be a firefighter because it's literally
Son of
my
fire.
last name.
yeah, no. If my grandparents got to actually name me, which Connell is the name it was going to be Connell Doof McIntyre,
Nice.
which is McIntyre is was it Connell as strong as Black Wolf? The name would have spelled out to be. Because
As strong as a black man.
Have you ever seen Black Dynamite?
Yes, of course. Have you ever seen Wu-Tang Clan Get My Money?
Yeah.
With Old Dirty Bastard?
Yep. I have a friend of mine, Jason, who has informed me that my African American education is not done until I watch X amount of these movies.
Oh, the blaxploitation films from the
Yeah.
70s? Oh my
Yeah.
God. Yeah.
So you've seen Boondock, the cartoon, right?
Of course.
So Jason,
I'm a huge fan of Riley. I'm not too much of a fan of Huey because he's a Marxist, black supremacist, revolutionary.
yeah. I like the
Whereas
grandpa.
Riley's just a confused young black guy.
I enjoyed the grandpa. You ever thought about beating them?
But yeah.
Anyways,
The store and all those kids are acting up, and he like starts teaching the white people how to beat kids.
I'm not here for your children booty. I'm here for man booty.
Oh
Man.
yeah, you know that's a real guy, right?
Yeah.
Like he's a real guy that's in, I think, Kentucky prison
Yeah.
system from Louisville.
They call you Chris Hansen,
There
but
was a
I call
time
you Chris
when
Hansen.
the only thing that mattered was booty. Talking about man booty. The booty warrior, they called him. He was in the episode where what's his name thought he might go to prison.
Oh yeah.
The black dude that was married to the white girl.
Mm-hmm. His biggest fear in the whole wide world was to being raped in prison.
Yeah.
And he came close.
And it damn near happened. I mean, it was like,
But
Riley
Jason,
was so funny because he'd be like talking to the inmates, and the inmate be like, I don't know what's going on with him lately, man. We spent all our yard time together and everything, and now all of a sudden he's just acting really distant. And Riley be like, prison nigga, you gay. Just be like, what? Riley. Yeah.
oh,
See, I'm canceled, but I used an A, so it wasn't racist. So I call my friends.
Jason can do a really good impression of Uncle Ruckus. I mean,
Uncle Ruckus. Oh my God, that guy.
And where's this restaurant down in Nashville that had community tables where basically it's where everybody sits down. It's just a big table and they served really good food and everybody ate together.
Right.
I'm there with him and we're having a lunch or whatever. And this black family sits down a little bit further down the table from us. And he's like, Mr. White Man, it's awful nice of you to sit down here and, racist with y'all. The whiteness, you're a spitting image of Ronald Reagan himself. I'm like, dude, knock it off. You're going to get me shot.
I have a friend who grew up in Gary, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
And he always liked to talk shit about Gary, like, Gary's such a tough town, you have no idea.
That's a
shit. I had to explain to him that He's like, it's the murder capital of the world. And I was like, have you ever considered that it's not the place where people are getting murdered? It's just the place where they find the bodies. And he's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, yeah, they're probably being killed in Chicago and just being drove down and dumped in Gary. Because, I mean, that's what you would do, right? Like, Gary is a shithole, though. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, I've been to Gary twice
Yeah,
in my life.
terrible.
I have no interest of ever going back.
I mean, the only place I went to that was worse than Gary was probably way back in the day, Toledo. But from what I hear from my father-in-law, Toledo's totally flipped. And now it's actually like, I guess some people would call it being gentrified or whatever. Like they're bringing in like, you know.
The rich white people are moving back?
Yeah, rich white people are moving back and they're buying like these, you know, $1 million condos and all this kind of shit. So, and you know, so that's kind of what he does. So he knows. But when I was in Toledo, that was back like when Bone Thugs and Harmony were still thing. You know what I'm saying? And it was not a good place at all. It was like, I don't want to be here. But I was there with my buddy who grew up there, so it was okay, I guess.
I lived I lived in Chicago for about 2 years. It was really the winter that killed it for me there. I mean, there's just no hiding from it.
Well, all that weather coming in off the lake.
Oh yeah. And I've been into
you're gonna freeze.
Yeah, I've been into, you know, I've been to Alaska, I lived in Ireland, I've been to Russia, I've been to some, you know, fairly cold. I've been to some places that get cold, but there is nothing like, you know, that.
Yeah, I've seen Chicago winters where the docks down at the lake front are just nothing but freaking ice. You know, gigantic icicles and shit, where the wind blew the water in and then froze it. So you don't have anything like that.
Right.
Every now and then you'll have a little while where it'll get down to like -20 or something. You okay, babe? What's wrong? You want to hang out? You need me to smack your booty?
Bloody hell.
You know, as an Orthodox man, there are things you have to do. I lived in Waukegan one year. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's like a key to keeping an Eastern European woman happy. You got to smack them every now and then.
Oh man, I wished I was into the I don't think the Dresden Files popped when I was in Chicago at that point.
Dresden Files was good. I liked that show. And my wife, she read all the books. Like I bought the entire series.
The next book is coming out January 25th.
Yeah, who is it? Butcher,
yeah.
Wow. Then I know what I'll be getting her because it'll be late because, you know, it's after her birthday, but still.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not the last book, but Peace Talks made me cry. No, not Peace Talk. Not Peace Talk. Hold on. I think I'm not getting visited by somebody. One of the books made me is like, oh shit, I cried.
We got we got a viewer watching. Daryl.
Oh, I mean, Florida's becoming Australia.
Florida is Australia. Florida is just America, Australia.
I heard they closed down your guys' the camp, prison camp. They were going to start sending everybody.
Some attorney tried to do a lawsuit saying that it was protected land.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the state is going to fight it because they have another location and they can just move everything there. So
it's an outdoor.
It's like, oh, so you don't want it here because this is like whatever. Okay, we'll just move it there.
Yeah.
and there's nothing they'll be able to do about it. It's like you got all these. I'll tell you what. If you want to know what tyranny looks like in the United States, it's every time a lower circuit judge decides that they can completely shut down the entire executive branch.
Yeah.
And Thomas Jefferson even wrote about it when he was writing the Constitution, that's how tyranny would come to the United States. It would be the judicial branch seizing too much power, right? Which is why the Supreme Court, even the people you would consider leftist on the Supreme Court, a lot of them have even come out and been like, no, you guys can't do this.
Yeah.
We're not allowed. I mean, some circuit court judge in freaking, the middle somewhere that no one gives a shit about decides the president can't, do things that are clearly within the executive branch. I mean, that right there, that's more dangerous than anything the executive's doing. And I'm even counting the fact that, everyone, I'm counting all the executives. I mean, Obama, all of them, none of them have ever been as big of a problem as these damn judges just making shit up and then acting like, I'm a judge. And since I said you can't do this thing, you can't do this thing. And it's like, so you got appointed. I won an election, but you outrank me. That's a little weird. 5 years in Mayport, Florida, a few other states, but none better than Montana.
I like Montana.
I have a niece in Montana. She loves it. She just absolutely hates people from California. Which is apparently the thing in Montana, is to hate everyone from California.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah.
Because the people from California, they go there, like the rich people that can afford to leave California, they go to Montana and then they buy up everything, which puts all the houses and everything out of reach for the people who actually, grew up in Montana.
Did you watch any of the Yellowstone show?
I watched some of it.
That was an interesting concept.
It was. The problem with me and shows is typically in my life, I have never been able to watch more than like one season of anything.
Just too busy?
No, I just get bored and decide I'd rather do other shit.
Yeah.
If a show really doesn't grab me by the short and curlies and keep my attention after about a season or so, I'm done. The only show recently that has kept my attention and my wife and I watched is Chosen. And that's because it's the story of, the apostles and stuff. Don't you fake Catholic.
Hey, between us, I am the only true Catholic in this conversation.
Not true, and you know it. And you can't be Catholic if you hate religion.
I don't hate religion. Well, that's not true.
Yes, you do. Don't lie. I'm not.
I love faith. I believe in faith.
I sit here and listen to you all the time, Connor.
Connell,
you're one of the most anti-religious people I ever have on here. And I have atheists and shit on here all the time.
I go to church. I pray. I do communion. I give tithe. I pray to God. I just have a problem with the middleman from half the time.
Yeah, well, that's how they get you.
So I am not an atheist. I am not anti-deist. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. I believe in the beauty of church. The problem with churches is most of the time, all the time, they're ran by man. And there's the rub. Not really, because Jesus Christ himself founded the Orthodox Church and told us all to be a part of it. If there was ever one reason for me to become Orthodox Catholic, is for your guys' bake sales. Holy shit. Well, especially depending on if you're going to a Russian or Greek church. Oh, yeah. Like
like Fat Tuesday, except we call it Pancake Week because, but they're not pancakes, they're blintzes.
Yeah.
You can get them full of freaking savory and sweet. The management, well, I mean, the problem with Americans is when it comes to religion, 90% of Americans have only been exposed to some kind of Protestant thing or Roman Catholicism, which is constantly being attacked by everything else. And the example I'll give is people will say, well, you know, Roman Catholics better watch your little boys, right? The Roman Catholics do not abuse as many people as school teachers on a yearly basis.
Oh, I love it when he
Don't hear people attacking public school, right? So
love it when Southern Baptist ministers or reverends again pulled out of, you know, for basically doing the same thing that they accuse the Catholics of doing, but they don't do that.
The biggest creator of atheists in the United States is Protestantism and weak Roman Catholicism. Young men want something to look up to and live for, and none of those religions give them that. But, and I know I sound like a broken record, Orthodoxy does. And that's why Orthodoxy will always win. And is winning. It's the fastest growing religion in America, especially
new.
Huh?
That which is fairly new. Maybe in the last 20 years
amongst Gen Zers.
Oh yeah, so within the last 10 years, yeah.
And for the first time in history, it is the dominant religion in Albania.
Oh, really?
Yes. The Turks are converting.
I'm sure the Muslims are not enjoying that. The Emacs.
Well, that's the Turks.
Well,
Albanians are just Turks.
Yeah, that's fair.
They're not Slavs. They're Turks.
I never thought they were Slavs. As I explained to the guy who broke my nose, you know,
are converting to Christianity, and of course, if you live over there, it's going to be Orthodoxy.
Yeah.
If by the management you mean God Himself, that is a weird thing to say.
No, he is the CEO. He's not management.
I mean, a lot of people are angry who claim to be angry with God. Most of the time, it's like for reasons that are so easy to debunk. You know, it's like, I don't like God because God allows this and that and the other thing to happen. And it's like, well, yeah, it's called free will. You know, it's like, ask yourself this. If your spouse kidnapped you and tied you up and held you in a basement and told you that the only way you could have any freedom at all is that you had to marry them and bear them children and all that, and you had no choice in the matter, would you call that love?
I'd call that a Tuesday, but
no, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Because they're being, or you in this case, are 100% being forced into a relationship you did not want to be in. Whereas God says, hey, I really would like you to be a part of this, but if you don't want to, you don't have to. However, then comes the next thing you got to know about God. God is good. Always, all the time. Incapable of evil. And allowing people who have done evil things to go unpunished would itself be unjust and evil. Therefore, in order for God to be good, He has to be just. And in order for God to be just, He has to punish people who have broken the rules. And that's just it. That's the whole thing.
Have I ever I've been saying this for a while now, and there's a good chance I might have talked to you about. Have I ever told you my theory on God? My main theory on God.
No.
God is a special. There is only one God, but God realized his children, us, are mildly retarded. So, with that being said, not being able to teach the children all in the same way, he had to break himself up into different aspects for his retarded children to understand him.
Yeah, that's Arianism. That's a heresy. It's been a heresy since the second century.
It very well is, but
Which is, may I remind you, 900 years before your church existed.
oh, I know.
But mine did. Just like my church existed 700 or 800 years before Islam, and existed at least 400 years before rabbinical Judaism.
What was it? Was the Christian, the Jews, the Catholics, and the Muslim all worship the same God, but something
No, they
just got the Jews.
Allah is never mentioned anywhere in old scripture, not once.
See, the way it was just explained to me was it was all the same God, but it
Nope.
just got something got fucked up in translations.
Not at all. But that is what imams will tell you, because according to the theory of Tuqiyad, which is in the Quran, when you're weak, you bend over backwards to appease the strong people until you are stronger than them, at which point you subjugate them. Which is what's happening in England right now.
Speaking over across the pond, the Muslims are making a huge play in Ireland, which is a bad idea. Because we got one culture that doesn't mind putting bombs in people's mailboxes or underneath people's car, and another culture don't mind putting bombs on people.
Right. Yeah, Ireland is such a weird place because it's like they fought so hard to be like their own nation.
Yeah.
Then immediately turned around and elected a Pakistani guy to be the president.
I don't get that.
And started importing people from North Africa and every other place, to the point that, it's like
one of the biggest businesses over in Ireland is Microsoft, and it kind of makes me wonder if Microsoft told them to.
Probably. I mean, any business that receives any money at all from BlackRock or Vanguard will be involved in this sort of stuff. So, see, Nerdy Ogre is your classic gamer. The classic gamer is almost always a leftist. I don't know why.
I'm kind of like
something about gaming makes people leftists, which is so weird because in gaming you're playing a character who's going out. It's not like you're relying on the government to do anything for you. You're taking care of yourself, right? You're keeping tradition. You're following the rules of. Are the Irish a minority yet? They're working on it. The only place I think that's safe over there is Wales because no one wants to go there. Not even the North Africans. They're like, yeah, screw Wales. This is something I've noticed. This is not a rant, and it's not meant to be like taken negative towards Nerdy Ogre at all, whom I like. But within role-playing game circles, you will see such a overabundance of leftists. And I'm not sure if the game makes people leftist or if leftists are just naturally attracted to the game. And what's especially weird is the creator of the game joined the Marine Corps, was an entrepreneur, had a hot wife, was apparently Methodist according to his birth certificate, even though he was very fond of Jehovah's Witnesses for some damn reason. So Gary Gygax is absolutely not what you would call a leftist.
Well, the game that Gygax made and the game that it became are two very big, different creatures.
But that is one of the problems. Like when I used to go to a lot of tournaments and stuff. Like I remember one time I was at my favorite local game store, hanging out playing 40K, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this one guy, he was very young, and his name was Thor, which I thought was weird, but whatever, right?
Wait, his name was Thor?
Yep, that was his legal name, Thor.
How long ago was this?
Oh shit, I don't know, 25 years ago.
Okay, I'm just, people name their kids after movies they see from time to time.
No, I think this guy might have been Scandinavian or something.
Gotcha.
But his parents had moved him to America when he was very young, right? But the point is, he basically got drummed out of the store for having an opinion on socialism. Because literally almost every single person in the store playing 40K was pro-socialist. And they were attacking him and attacking him. The store manager stepped in and started saying shit. And I finally, put an end to that shit because I was the biggest, therefore I was the boss. And I told them to shut the fuck up because I explained to them, this is a store. You will allow a person to walk into the store in a red shirt with a picture of Mao on it, right? But if a guy walked in with a picture of Hitler, you'd lose your fucking mind. And I'm like, except Mao is way worse than Hitler. And Stalin was too. But you see what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're just talking about who abused their people the most, is definitely Stalin, probably. Mao just effed up and thought he could do agricultural shit and just starved all his people to death. Stalin was actively a horrible human being. Remember, Hitler didn't consider the people he was liquidating to be his people.
Yeah.
But Stalin knew for a damn fact the people he was sending to Cannibal Island were his people. He just didn't care.
I mean, he let his own son rot in prison.
His own son died in a German POW camp because Stalin would not trade a German officer to get him free. The Germans asked. They wouldn't do it. What's up, Nerdy Ogre? How you doing?
Howdy, howdy. How's it going?
Good. So this is one of the many things I've observed. So when you look at like Wizards of the Coast and stuff, I'm not surprised by the left-leaning thing. For gaming has always been left-leaning. Always.
Well,
And
most
like I said, I don't know if one is the cause of the other or not. Or if it's just a coincidence. I mean, it could just be a big old coinky dink.
most everything that is of a artistic nature has always drawn in people from the left.
That very well could be the actual thing.
I mean, if you look at the poets and artists, painters, sculptors throughout history, most of them were.
Yeah, a lot of them were 100%. You're right. I don't disagree.
So and that's all that role playing is. It's an art form, basically.
Sometimes I wonder that, okay, in role playing, you pretend to be something you are clearly not. And all of your friends at the table pretend you're the thing too. And if that particular habit isn't why all of a sudden last 10 years everyone's trans. Because all of a sudden a bunch of people are willing to go along with your imaginary bullshit.
Trans has been a thing fucking forever.
Kind of, but no.
I mean, they had trans
Look,
people. They had trans.
dressers.
What?
And you went, in my day, they were called cross dressers.
Oh,
And you went and watched them at the club, and they were hilarious.
yeah.
You had transsexuals and transvestites.
Right.
Transsexuals were people
A
who
mental illness.
believed that they were the opposite gender.
Yeah. it's a mental illness.
Transvestites were people who knew what gender they were. They just dressed as the other gender.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I knew a bunch of those guys.
I don't remember exactly which. I don't think it was Nero. It was one of the Roman emperors.
That wasn't trans. He was evil.
Well, I'm
He
not
killed
saying
his wife, and then he found a young man that kind of looked like his wife and cut his dick off.
right. No, there was one of the emperors, and I'm like I said, I don't think it was him.
But that was the same. No, that was Nero.
No, the one who
also
dressed
at one
himself.
point cut a guy's legs off and had octopus tentacles stitched onto him. The stump.
No, the guy I'm thinking about would dress up as a woman and make his way into a brothel and let guys fuck him. And he was an emperor. He was Roman emperor.
Oh, geez. That's not Agabulus.
I'm just saying that thought processing, that thing, that whole scenario has been around since forever.
Well,
It's
you know,
not new. It's just more.
That the argument it's been around forever isn't a good argument because
I agree. I just
sacrifice has been around forever too.
The world's just gotten smaller. It's more noticeable now than it was. I mean, we had laws against it fucking forever and a day.
Well, no, but in the DR, whatever, sexual dysphoria is considered a mental illness.
Mm.
I mean, my wife has a degree in psychology. So, and then all of a sudden, someone decided it wasn't.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then it wasn't enough to just leave people alone and let them live their lives. You had to agree with their bullshit. Or else, and think about this, right? The last umpteen shooters in the United States have been trans. Why? Like that one guy. Why? The meme.
Yeah,
I think that guy's I think he's the pastor of like some Baptist mega church in freaking Texas.
Mega churches scare me.
Huh?
Mega churches scare me.
Well, I mean,
all they're missing is handing out the Flavor Aid.
No. Some people love that shit, man.
Well, I know.
And everything's bigger in Texas. That's just the way it is.
But
I have a former friend of mine. I was down in Tennessee at this point. He's like, "How don't you check out this church?" I'm like, okay. I dress up nice. I'm respectful to everybody. In the middle of it, the minister comes out, Reverend, whatever the title was, comes out and moves this great big cloth off this huge glass fish tank that has snakes in it.
Of course, snake handlers. Yes,
and
we've all seen those weirdos.
He does his thing. The midway through, I can tell you that God loves you so much, He will not let one of these snakes even hurt me. So he reaches down there and grabs a snake, and it's a rattler, and the snake bites the hell out of his hand. But doesn't
you have to have the anti-venom on hand,
right? Or they're either devenomized or he's got. And after the service, he's like, "What did you think?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, I was moved how much God loved him." I'm like, that is the biggest grift I've ever seen in my life.
Connell,
you got to admit that people like that, they really commit to the con.
Well, they create atheists. That's what they do. That's their job. They claim to be Christian. They do a bunch of stupid shit that's non-biblical and create atheists. Because people who have never heard the word go into that place and see that, and they're like, F that.
So that following Wednesday, I went to confession, and I had to tell them the priest that, I've sinned and these are things I did. Plus, I went to another church. Oh, what church? And I told him, I start hearing him laugh. I'm like, are you allowed to laugh? He's like, yeah, I can laugh. Laughter is one of God's greatest gift to mankind.
It
Wow.
is.
But me and that guy no longer talks after that, me going to his church because
Well, it's sad that you ended up like in, but you find a lot of those kind of they're kind of a special kind of Pentecostal. And you
special kind
find a lot of them in Eastern Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, and they do tent revivals and stuff. And they try to justify the snake handling, but it is completely not scriptural. No scripture backs up that bullshit. As a matter of fact, I can think of scripture that goes against it, which is when Jesus says, do not test God.
Yeah.
Dancing around with a snake saying it won't bite you because God loves you so much, you're testing God. What's next?
Well, it goes back to, I think it was Paul. He was on a shipwreck and the survivors were there, and apparently there's a snake about to bite this young boy, and he grabs the snake and he throws it. But from him grabbing it and throwing it, the snake bit him, and like you said, you got to have that anti-venom. So if you get bit by a venomous snake, you're pretty much good as dead. But
depending on the snake, but yeah.
But everybody's expecting him to die soon, but he didn't die. But not from the snake bite.
This was obviously after he become Paul, because when he is Saul, he is a piece of work.
Yeah. And I may not be getting the story 100% right. It's been a long time since I've heard it, so it may not be 100% right. So somebody, well, no, that's not really what happened. This is why. Okay, fine. But that's the general gist of it. He got bit. He was supposed to die. He didn't die. Everybody was amazed. And it was an act of God. It was an act of God. You get bit by an animal that's supposed to kill you and you don't die.
Or maybe because some snakes actually their venom production stops when they hit a certain age.
I don't know. Could very well be,
especially the big diamondbacks. A lot of times they'll dry bite.
But he attributed it to the fact that the
or
venom
maybe
didn't
God
kill him
just loved
to
him
God.
and didn't die.
Exactly. I mean, it's like there could be
But
lots
at
of
no point would that lead me to believe that I need to dance around with snakes.
Right. And
that's like saying because God didn't let the lions eat
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
Yeah, I'm going to go to church.
Daniel in the lion's den.
Right. That I'm going to go to church and jump into a lion's den. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Look, if your God's willing to protect you from whatever, that doesn't mean, if your God's willing to protect you from a lion's den, that doesn't mean you go running in there wearing steak underwear.
Right. And in each case, it wasn't the choice of the person affected. Like the guys that were chucked to the lions, they didn't want to be chucked to the damn lions. That was, they weren't hanging out being like, it'd be cool if we got chucked to lions. That'd be awesome. Someone chucked them.
Yeah.
So then, God just had the lions sit down and take a nap for a while.
That's what.
All right.
Vikings. I was watching I was watching the show Vikings, and there was a missionary.
Bikers with leather that roll bolts.
Yeah. Anyway,
not to fight like Saxons against Saxons that apparently don't know how to fight at all.
Anyway, there was a missionary that was there in one of the Viking villages, and she says, "Well, if his God's so powerful, let him prove it." and he had to go pick up an iron bar out of a furnace and bring it to her and drop it at her feet. And it showed him. He walks up to the furnace, picks up that iron bar, walks to the queen or whatever her title was, drops it at her feet, and shows his hands are unburnt. And then it shows him back where he started from. And he walks up to the furnace and he grabs the bar and you hear it sizzle. And he's trying hard to hide the pain and he's staggering. And he makes it about halfway to 3/4 to her before he falls down and drops it. And she's like, kill him. So it's like, yeah, there's a clear.
The thing is, what the missionary did wrong there is when he visited this queen and she said, prove your God exists, pick up an iron bar and carry it here. He just said, but my God says, you do not test God. And you're asking me to test God. And then when she killed him, he died and go to heaven as a martyr or not. Like when St. Patrick, who was actually Scottish, he converted the kings of Ireland by showing them a shamrock and using it to explain the Holy Trinity. Because, of course, the kings of Ireland were having a hard time with the whole 3 but 1, but
yeah. Well,
like, did you know the only apostle who was not murdered was John, the brother of James? He is the only apostle who lived into old age and died. John, the brother of James. James was murdered by the priests of the Sanhedrin in Israel, in Jerusalem. And the other James was killed with a spear. Matthew was killed with a spear. Paul was crucified. Peter was crucified upside down. Andrew was crucified on an X, therefore St. Andrew's cross. How did Z die? I think he was murdered. One of my icons shows how they all died.
Yeah, they all ended badly.
Except for John.
Yeah.
Now, here is the thing. If they didn't truly believe the things they saw, would 11 men die for it? I mean, I don't think so.
I can see your argument.
Because they all had the opportunity to say no and live. And yet, think about during Rome under Diocletian, when he did his big, oppression of Christians, like thousands of Christians were killed and refused to recant their religion. Hell, the patron saint of firefighters, St. Florian, because he wouldn't recant Christ, they tied a big stone to him and chucked him in a river.
You think the saints of firemen would, have been set on fire, or
he was a firefighter because Rome had fire brigades.
Yeah, you're right.
Whereas Saint Michael is the patron saint of soldiers, which is why I have Saint Michael on me.
I always kind of had a weird issue with if men cannot be angels.
No, men never become angels.
Right. Then how can angels become saints?
Saint is just a word. That means a person who has lived a good and pure life or done really miraculous things. And in Orthodoxy, You don't need a priest to confirm 3 miracles and shit like that for somebody to be a saint. You
Fair
just
enough.
have to live a very Christian life that is a really good example to everyone around you. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know why the Roman Catholics started adding the miracles and all that to it, but they did. They did. Which is why when I talk to Roman Catholics and they're like, your church broke away from my church, I'm like, well, that's weird because you're the one that added all the innovations and we did not. Therefore, I mean, that would be strange, you know,
Yeah.
to break away from a church, but then not change it all. Meanwhile, the church that stayed faithful changed drastically. That makes no sense. And Odin and Thor and all those guys, they're just heroes. They're not gods. Odin was probably a great chief who led his people and did a bunch of heroic Beowulf type shit. And when he died, his people revered him for being such a great leader. And then over time, he just become a deity.
I was having an argument, not so much an argument.
That's the same with the Irish deities too.
Yeah. Well, the Celts had a problem. Their main problem with Ireland was all their gods just kept on dying.
Because they were heroes.
Yeah. But no, I was having
You have a lot of that. I mean, look at Gilgamesh. I mean, Gilgamesh was a 20-foot tall, super strong man who swam to the bottom of the ocean to get immortality and did all kinds of shit. And pissed off Inku, I think, the goddess of death. And some people might have worshipped him, but he was not a god. And
How do you
here's
know?
the reason. This is a reason I just thought of, right? If I'm right, then the evidence is a god would not create a reality and then put themselves in it. That's just madness. So God the Father, who created the universe, he exists outside of reality. Of everything we know, he is outside of it. Timeless, eternal, forever. Jesus had to be sent into the world. But the Father, yeah, he's the what you would call in the Latin the Logos. Or Jesus is the Logos. The Father is the progenitor, the great patriarch. So
I was going to say, whenever we have like a new priest coming in to visit, I would just kind of mess with them a little bit. I'm like, can you explain to me how Odin is not Saint Nicholas?
Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Father Christmas in Europe wore green.
Oh no, I agree. No, I know. I mean, I know. Well, Saint Nicholas was a Turk, therefore he wasn't.
Well, there's about 5 Saint Nicholases.
Right. So the most common Saint Nicholas we have is a fat guy who lives in a frozen part of the frozen north, who hangs out with reindeer and elves. You know who else and was known as the gift giver. You know who else was known as the gift giver? Odin. You know who else hangs out in the coldest part? Cold. Odin. And I just like boy.
But here's the difference, though. What Odin did actually is he traveled about and he would stop at people's houses and ask for hospitality, right? And if you gave him hospitality, gruel or whatever, and let him sleep in there or hang out by your fire, then he would leave you a gift. If you didn't give him hospitality, he would cut your entrails out and wrap them around a tree.
Well, Santa Claus breaks into your house. He gives you gifts if you're good people. If you're bad, he leaves you cold, or he
And that
sends
is
some.
called, that is
How
based
is
off the Italian Saint Nicholas,
Yeah, I
who
know.
was a millionaire. And when he decided to become a religious person, he became a hermit, and he moved up into a cave above the town he lived at. I don't know the name of it offhand. And he spent all of his time sneaking into town and leaving poor people little pouches of money. And when he ran out of his money to leave, he started carving toys. And he'd sneak into the town and he would leave toys at, the poor kid's house, right? Uh,
Right.
and then you've got the other Saint Nicholas who lived in Anatolia and smacked Arius, the heretic, upside the head for talking shit about the Theotokos. But there's multiple Saint Nicholases.
Saint Nicholas is kind of like, I hate to put this, like Robin Hood. 5 or
Well, the
6.
problem is Nicholas is a super, super common Greek name.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, what are the chances of running into someone named Nikki in Greece? Pretty fucking good. But yeah, pretty much all the other deities that have ever been worshipped on earth, you can draw where they come from. You can show how they're not actually gods. And it ends up that most of them are, like I said, heroes, great heroes. So I can, as a person who is predominantly Scandinavian, I can look at Thor and think, Thor was a great hero and a warrior who, fought the Jotun and stuff like that, right? But he's not a god. He's just a high level fighter, basically.
Gotcha.
And he was such a good hero that, like I said, people revered him, just like Lulambada, the god of all the crafts. He's just a guy who was really smart. He was actually the son of a mortal and ended up killing his grandfather, Baelor.
well, let me ask you this.
Ask away.
Okay, you're married, yes?
I am.
Did you take the traditional vows?
I
Love,
did.
honor, cherish, forsaking all others.
I did.
When 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 you got married and you took those vows, was she the only woman in the world, or were there other women, but you chose to spend the rest of your life with her?
The second, obviously, I was divorced twice. For whatever
So
reason, Orthodoxy doesn't have as big of a problem with getting a divorce as Roman Catholicism does.
so
Especially if somebody was unfaithful. I mean, it's basically like
yeah.
divorce o'clock. You know what I'm saying? I
Right,
mean,
right,
it's
right.
not what everyone wants. You're supposed to go see the priest and have him talk, and see if you can be reconciled. But if you can't, then that's just what it is. I mean, because no one should be forced to stay with someone they don't love.
Okay, so why is it in the Ten Commandments it says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me"?
Well, that's
If
pretty
if
simple. Don't
if the
have no God
Christian
before Him.
if the Christian God is the only God,
Mm-hmm.
how can you have another God before Him?
Okay, super simple. This is a pretty easy one. Just because He says, "Have no gods before me," doesn't mean there are other gods. It means, hey, you cavemen, don't carve a freaking rock into a weird shape and call it a god.
Okay, hold on now.
Mm-hmm.
That's already covered. Thou shalt not make any graven images.
That
Okay.
actually
On top
not at
of
all
which,
the same thing.
even if that were the case, that is not a god. Now, if it said, "Don't worship anything as a god," that's different. He didn't say that. He said, don't, he said, thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Mm-hmm.
Just as you promised to have no other woman before your wife, there are other women out there. You chose this one.
Right.
So it's not saying that. It's not saying, don't create a God that doesn't exist. That's not what it says. It
Which
says
happens nonstop in
it
Judges
it,
and Kings.
it does. It happens. People, create gods that don't exist. I will concede that point. But that's not what the commandment says. The commandment says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Just as your vow to your wife that you would forsake all women, cleaving only unto her.
I see what you're saying. But the answer back would then be Jesus said that there is one God, the Father, and the only way to him is through Jesus Christ. So, and many of the prophets in the Old Testament said there was one God. Elijah actually told the worshipers of Baal to prove that Baal existed, and they couldn't. So, no. Remember Abraham's grandfather or father-in-law was an idol maker, and one of the first things Abraham did before he left probably Ukraine, up in that area somewhere, the Hittites or whatever, is burn his grandfather's shop to the ground. See, a graven image doesn't necessarily mean a statue. It means like you're making a graven image to worship, right? I mean,
Right.
So no, have no gods before me. That's pretty simple.
Yeah, don't put any other gods.
Right.
Yeah. So
And
how can you put another god before?
I understand the logic, and believe me, after having spent like so many years arguing with YouTube atheists, I already know this argument, but I'm telling you, you are understanding that statement completely wrong. And if I wanted to look up in my study Bible about that commandment, it would tell me what he meant. Abraham, who is the patriarch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Proclaimed one God. There is only one God. And then supposedly God and two angels came to Abraham's house and sat down and had a meal with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is God does not appear before men. So who was the God that had lunch with Abraham? It's really easy. It's Jesus. Remember in Genesis, like the first thing he says is, let us. And remember what John said in the beginning was whatever, and the word was with God, and the word was God. And Jesus is the word.
I thought the bird was the word.
No. The word is with God, and the word is God. And Jesus says point blank that he is the word and not the bird. Even though when I used to play Battlefield Vietnam, if you jumped in a Jeep and was driving around, it played the bird, which was hilarious, especially if you had somebody on the back and on the 50 cal and you're just ripping through freaking some Vietnamese town with a bird. Bird is the word. I mean, you doubt. Here's what I would say about doubting. Doubting is not bad. Just make sure you're doubting for the right reason. That's all. I mean, bad shit has happened. You're not wrong. There's been some horrible popes throughout history. There's been some horrible Byzantine emperors. There's been some horrible czars, right? No one can deny that because man corrupts everything. And the reason man corrupts everything is because we are the prize of the whole game. But we don't know it. See, here's the thing. In the beginning of time, the enemy led his rebellion because he wanted to do what he wanted to do, right? So for the longest time, that's all there was. Heaven and hell. And then God created man. And boy, oh boy, did that piss the demons off. Because they realized that they were being replaced. So they decided their goal is to damn as many humans as possible. Not because they actually give a shit about humans other than to hate our guts and the fact that we even exist. But it's the only way they can hurt God. Because every time somebody falls to hell, it hurts God. He don't want you to go to hell. You choose it. So that's why you have in the Bible, you know, the various demon exorcisms that happen and legion and all that sort of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what if your thoughts aren't necessarily coming from you? Have you ever considered that? Like, what if the rebellion you feel in your heart, have you ever like really looked at it and said, but why do I feel this way?
Oh, I've got a good. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, I know why.
All right. So your rebelliousness, now that you know why, I guess the next question is it worth your eternal life to hold on to that grudge that you have?
Well, I'm not convinced it is.
With that being said, my daughter needs my attention, so I need to go be a good dad.
You go be a good dad, Connell.
I'll try.
So long.
See ya.
I'm
the view.
I gotta fix this.
We've been at this for a little while, but it's good because I've just about got the base coat on all of my buildings. So, see.
Cool.
And then they'll get their wash and, if necessary, a highlight. And of course, all the rooftops will be painted black like tar. And if there's any air conditioners or anything on the rooftops, I'll hit them up with some silver. And that'll be awesome. I guess the question I'm posing, but I'm not being good at it, would be, do you believe in the possibility of demonic entities?
Oh yes, definitely. I do believe evil exists. I believe evil exists. I believe good exists.
Okay.
I believe in supernatural good and evil, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Yeah. Then, a book I read that really helped me is Orthodoxy and the New Religion by Seraphim Rose. He is a friar here in America that lived in a cave. Like, he started out as like this Jewish heroin addict who was gay. And something happened and he moved into a cave. And then after a while, he wrote this book. And the book is pretty enlightening about things, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of like if you ever saw the movie The Fallen with Denzel, when he says there's always something going on. The thing is do you notice, right? And the point is that, see, you probably, I don't think, have to worry about demons at all. Because in the minds or in the great game that's going on, I mean, you are already lost. They don't have to trick you. You're done. But what's really sad is a lot of people who consider themselves to be Christians refuse to believe in the devil, demons, any of that, even though those things are literally in the Bible. Again, that's Protestants. But yeah. You know what? In the time the Ten Commandments was written, you know that a man could have multiple wives, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like literally some of them would have, you know. Solomon had hundreds of wives.
Yeah.
And Solomon was the son of David, so that's way, way down away from that's way down the road. But that's a very common argument that used to. Do you remember a long time ago when the Amazing Atheists and Thunderfoot were always fucking up the YouTube with their theories before they, I guess, I don't know, vanished, fell off the face of the earth?
I have no idea who either of those two people are.
Okay, do you know who Dawkins is?
Nope.
Okay.
Doesn't even sound familiar.
How old are you, Nerdy Ogre?
I'm in my 40s.
That makes sense.
47.
Then. That makes sense then. There was a time when the entire internet, I shit you not, was one giant war between atheists and Christians. Like Venom X, who was a crazy person. He was a apologist, like a hardcore Protestant of some type. And so you had all of these guys. And then Thunderfoot was a biologist, and he was an atheist. Dawkins was a professor. He was an atheist. And then the Amazing Atheist, he just became an atheist because his dad died of cancer. And he decided he hated God because he thought that was unfair. And it does suck. I would admit that sucks, but you can't blame God for it, right?
Why not?
Because you don't know if God was ready for that man to be with him in heaven, which is much better than here.
Well, hold on, though. Think about what you just said.
Yeah.
You said you can't blame God.
No.
I asked why not. You said because I don't know if God was ready for him to be up there in heaven. So if God was ready for him to be up there in heaven, and he got him, then that means it was God's fault. How he was taking out everything. Now I understand.
That doesn't.
Shit happens.
Those things.
Look.
Do not.
I'm not saying
continents themselves, because now you're saying that God caused the cancer, as opposed to God just being ready to receive his child, who got the cancer because we live in a corrupted earth, and that's why we don't live to be 1,000 years anymore. We live to be, whatever. Because we're constantly doing stuff to poison ourselves.
Here's the thing. If
Let's hear it.
a person let's say a devout Christian, um, you know, the correct flavor of Christianity, the orthodoxy. Okay, very devout, lived as pure of a life as one could live. We all agree nobody's perfect.
Yeah, good luck with that.
So nobody's perfect. Some of us are just closer to it than others.
You're just proving
Yeah.
that I'm the only Orthodox person, you know. And
Well,
I
no.
should not be taken as an example of orthodoxy.
No, but it's like the old saying: nobody's innocent. Some of us are just less guilty than others. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's the kind of person we're dealing with. He's guilty. He's just less guilty than others. You know,
Yeah.
didn't go around, smoking and drinking and banging every skirt that came along, and he tried very hard to live by the standards of what the church says.
Yeah.
Dies of cancer in the age of 40.
You
That's
mean
kind of messed up.
like my younger brother who's 52 and dying. And my sister who died at 27 of a brand of cancer that the doctors hadn't seen in ever. And yet, I did not blame God. Because what is the biggest gift God has ever given man? Free will.
Aha. But that's what I'm getting at. See, the person, now take the opposite. Take someone who smokes 3 packs a day.
Smoking
Drinks
is
it.
not a sin.
Huh?
Smoking is not a sin.
Well, I'm not saying it is.
Neither is smoking.
But
unless you do it
it leads to lung cancer and heart problems and okay. The smokes 3 packs a day and chugs whiskey like a fish drinks water and just abuses their body with all sorts of vile chemical, and then gets cancer. Gets lung cancer. Like, you're the one that chose to smoke. Big warning label on the carton and on the pack itself. Warning, may cause cancer.
Free will's a bitch.
Free will's a bitch. So the second person is receiving the rewards of their actions, whereas the first person just got handed a shitty deal.
Or is also receiving the rewards of his actions.
What action? What action led to cancer? I'm saying a person. No. The first person. The first person. The first person who never smoked, who never drank, who tried to tried to eat right and have a healthy diet and even exercise. Still got cancer because it happens. They still get cancer. Just because you live a healthy lifestyle doesn't mean you're cancer proof.
That's true. Look at the one bicyclist. That dude was like working out all the time and he got like 3 kinds of cancer.
So I mean,
so have you ever considered this then? That all of the trials and tribulations that you are unfortunately having to deal with, right?
Yeah.
Or these people you're talking about are there for your own good. What if someone, or even God forbid, not you, but catches cancer, right?
Yeah.
But by catching that cancer, it influences them to go to church and repent. Because you have to remember the biggest part of Christianity, love and repentance. And you could live your whole life as a horrible person, but if you truly repent your transgressions against God, you will be forgiven. Now, true repentance, that's the argument, because that means from the soul. You have to mean it. You can't fake it. You can't just say some words and think magic is going to happen. We're talking true repentance. And anytime you talk about Christianity, you have to talk about repentance, because that was the whole point of Christ. Christ paid the price so that we no longer had to.
But we still do.
We don't. You can ask to be forgiven and be forgiven. You don't have to sacrifice a red calf with no blemishes. You don't have to sacrifice a dove or a goat. You don't have to live by rules that no living man could ever live by anyway. You know, you don't have to do any of that. You don't have to not eat shrimp. You don't have to not eat crab meat. Hey, if you want a big pork sandwich, guess what? You can do it. Because the real thing that matters is the commandments, the teachings of Christ, and redemption. Being willing to ask for forgiveness and truly mean it for being an F up, which all humans are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, the person that I am claiming, because, you know, you are 100% free to doubt and whatever. I'm not going to try and, you know, whatever, right? But
Right.
The person I'm proclaiming actually wants to forgive you. Not only do they want to forgive you, they want to forgive you, and they want you to go to heaven. And they want you to have all the best stuff. But you know what? You got to ask. Because that's how love works. And that is the main thing God wants, is love. He wants his creation to love him. So, yeah, pretty much. But Jesus was basically the final Sabbath sacrifice. He died on the cross so that mankind would no longer be under the old law. Because if you were living under the old law, if your shirt doesn't have any fringe on it, guess what? You're screwed. If your shirt is made of more than one type of material, guess what? You're screwed. If you eat an animal that's the wrong kind of animal, you're screwed. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And yeah, so that's kind of the whole thing, man. At the end of the day, it's a redemption story. Except you're the star of the film. Like, okay, you like Odin. You know what? I love Odin and all that too. I love those myths. And I had Bullfinch's mythology when I was young. I used to absolutely adore the Norse mythology, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the day may come where you realize, yeah, but they're not really gods, right? I mean, they didn't create like the whole universe. They created just the earth, you know, Midgard. And let's say you had fallen into paganism. You actually worship these gods, right?
Yeah.
All you would have to do is truly believe that you were wrong to have done that and repent. And guess what? You're good. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you always got to remember the repentance part. Which is what, anyway, to finish the atheism story, it was amazing because they were such assholes, man. They were real assholes. And then they had this big get together. Oh, Amun Ra was one of them. They had this big get together.
That name sounds familiar.
Yeah, they had big. Well, he's in Texas, So they had a big get together in Texas, I think, or wherever it was. And all the atheists showed up. But you know who else showed up? Because they're invited. The feminists. And then one of the most important to their movement atheists got accused by a feminist of basically harassing her. And then that was the end of atheism. It died. All of the people 15 years ago or so who spent all their time online arguing against God vanished. You just never hardly seen them anymore at all. Like I said, Thunderfoot, I don't even know if he's still alive. It's been 20 years, but that dude would go on and debate and post shit daily. And then, boom, they were all gone. So yeah, don't lay down with dogs. You will get fleas. And the dogs in this question are the feminists.
Yeah.
Andrew Wilson's wife wrote a book where she did a bunch of research and shows how feminism is actually based in satanic occult practices. And that's why they're so opposed to the patriarchy. Because, I mean, you're a smart guy. I know that. So,
I think so.
Well, I think so. Who do you think the patriarch is? That the want to get rid of.
Well, from a religious context, anything that would set a again, what's the basically the was it not the nuclear family? Anything that supports the patriarchy is anything that supports the nuclear family.
That, I'm afraid, my good sir, is not correct. The patriarch, and thus the patriarchy, is the world as it is created by God. Patriarch is just the Latin word for father. Right?
Right.
And these evil satanic atheists want to create a new world without the father. And that's the whole point of it. And how's it working? Not really well.
No.
And then you got Margaret Sanger coming up with the abortion thing. So now,
yeah,
these evil bastards, instead of having to actually go to a statue of Moloch or Baal and throw their child in the fire, it can just be done in the womb. And no one hears the screams. And the body of the child is thrown into a furnace.
Right.
So the demon Moloch is still being fed. And the feminists and various other leftists that support that sort of shit are feeding him. There's always been the big three enemies: Baal, Moloch, and Lilith. Except back in Babylonian times, Lilith was called something else, and her servants were the Lilitu, and her archenemy was Pazuzu, the demon of the air, the principalities. Basically, the demon that was the main antagonist in The Exorcist. He was a Babylonian demon, but he really, really hated Lilith. So pregnant women would often wear amulets asking for the demon Pazuzu to protect them from the demon Lilitu. Because Lilitu hates children. Why does she hate children? Because she was created, according to the Jews, before Eve. and she refused to listen to anything Adam had to say about anything. She was a strong, independent woman, and she didn't need no man. And so she got cast out of the Garden of Eden, where she had sex with Satan and become a demon, and also gave birth to hordes of monsters. But her main monsters are the succubi, and in the Babylonian, the Lilitu, and their favorite thing is to find pregnant women and give them miscarriages, because Lilith hates pregnant women so much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of crossover if you really want to get into it between like Assyrian, Babylonian, Hebrew. But then again, you have to remember that the Jews spent like 300 years in Babylon. So, you know. Fortunately, like I said, if you believe in it, you know, Christ came to put an end to all of the bullshit so that people could just, you know, do their thing, right? But, yeah.
Well, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I still don't believe any one religion holds all the answers. There are some things within Christianity that I will agree with. There are some things within it that I will disagree with it.
Like what?
Well, there being only one God for one thing.
Why is that so hard for you to accept? And I'm not asking this question to get you, because I mean,
Yeah.
I have no gotcha set up. I'm just
Right? No.
literally wondering, why is it so hard to accept that there is one God that created everything and exists outside of everything? You know how scientists say that there was possibly a Big Bang, but we don't know? Except some of us kind of have an idea. Because you can't get nothing or something from nothing, can you? And if God existed within the material universe, he couldn't have created the material universe. At least in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, are there other gods? You're arguing that there are. I'm going to agree with you. But what I'm going to tell you is these other gods, they're not gods, right? When people bow down and they go in front of the idol of Moloch with his giant bowl of flames and they chuck their kid in, they think Moloch is their god. But Moloch is a demon. He is not a god, right? And when they march around the Kaaba and they cry out the name of Allah, who never existed prior to Islam inventing the name, they think that they're talking to their God, which is Baal. Also in the Roman, he would be like Saturn, or Hades in the Greek. So yeah, I mean, in a way, you are right. There are religions devoted to other gods, but what these religions don't know is their gods are demons, and they have been tricked.
Well, see, those two
again because of the war.
Those two statements cannot coexist. Either A, they are gods, or B, they are demons. They cannot be both.
They can be both. Absolutely.
No, you can't. It can't. It cannot be both. Now, they can be worshipped as God.
Hearing what I'm saying.
I can worship this as a god.
Look,
if I so
Moloch is a demon, who has been for like 10,000 years worshipped off and on as a god.
Right.
So
Okay.
anything else is just being pedantic.
But push comes to shove, he's still a demon,
Yeah.
not a god.
Okay. I agree.
That's all I'm
Because
saying.
there's only one God. And they're not it.
Is either they are demons or they are gods. They cannot be both.
People into believing that they are. I mean, look at the Aztec deities, right? With the whole eating human flesh and sacrificing children and all this sort of thing, right? That's not the kind of stuff gods do. But it is absolutely the kind of stuff that demons would want you to do. And unfortunately, you know, because they hadn't heard the word yet, you know, they were screwed until the Spaniards came and put an end to it. Right? No more eating children. We're not doing that anymore. No more sacrificing thousands of people a year and painting the temple in blood. I mean, the demons will try to confuse you and they will try to trick you. And if you give in, it gets easier every time for them. And then eventually, if you just keep giving in enough and enough and enough, they'll just own you at that point. And no one will even see it happening. You might not even know. But yeah, you'll go from oppression to suppression. You'll go through all the steps and end up at the final step, which is possession. You don't want to do that. And like I said, why do they hate us? Because we're the tool they're using to hurt God. And they hate God. Absolutely. They hate God. That's the only thing they live for, actually. Or exist for, I guess you could say. And there's been a war between them and us since the beginning of time, since the first human was created. So that's why I say, even myself sometimes, I think, when I'm thinking, I like double check. You know what I mean? Like, I make sure that the thought come from me. Because, you know, that's how it works. The Bible does not, the Bible tells you that, you know, they come at you sneakily, right? They come at you smiling. Because, I mean, if a demon jumped out of your closet looking like that demon from hell, that movie where the little boy got sucked into the other dimension or whatever, the black and red one, or Bazul or some shit, and start screaming and carrying on, what would you do? I guarantee you tomorrow you'd be at church and you would 100% believe in God. So they don't do that. It's self-defeating. See what I mean?
Yeah.
But I mean, right. I mean,
but then the opposite could be said for the other side.
What do you mean?
Well, okay, you're saying that demons operate in secrecy. They get you a little at a time. They get you to think. Okay. So that, you know, they do it subtly, not dramatically like in the movies.
Just a little at a time.
Because it's self-defeating.
But they need you to sin. They need you to open the door.
So why doesn't the
like
other
a Ouija
side
board can do wonders?
Oh, I stay away from that shit.
Yeah, that can do wonders for allowing, you know, some sort of thing to kind of snatch onto you.
Yeah. No, 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 no.
You know,
Ouija boards, I stay away from that shit.
well, because I think deep down inside, when you really think about it, where you actually live, you know, whether you want to admit or not.
Well, I already told you, I believe that there's evil out there.
I
That
wasn't
there's
saying that.
supernatural evil.
I wasn't saying that.
What were you saying?
I was saying that deep down inside, the place that you don't like to think about too much or even know it exists, you know there is a God. And it's the one I'm talking about. Because you were born with that knowledge and you had to choose to reject it. Remember in the prophecy when Michael or Gabriel says, when you were born, I told you a secret, and then I put my finger on your top lip and said, shh. And that's why humans have this little dent on their top lip. What Gabriel is supposedly told you, this is not biblical stuff. This is like extra biblical Hebrew stories. He told you when you were going to die, when you were born. But you don't remember, but you have a mark that shows that he was there. Now, is that 100% true? I don't know. I'd have to ask my priest about that shit. But I know that it's extra biblical. The Jewish tradition has so many extra biblical kind of things going on. That whole Lilith story it's in the Bible, but not. Because if you read Genesis, there's two creation stories. In the first one, God creates man and woman from the dust. And then all of a sudden in the next one, it says he puts Adam to sleep, removes a rib, and from that rib creates Eve. So two creations? Well, the Jews, they say they know what happened. Lilith, who is now practically glorified as a god by, a bunch of lesbians and whatever. They have their little Lilith fair thing, and they view her as a symbol of like independence, when in reality she's a child murdering demon. But see, people choose this shit. Our whole lives are choice. Now, and I'll tell you this too. I don't believe I'll go to heaven. I hope I will, though. But I don't know that I will. Done some pretty horrible shit. You see what I mean? All I can do is hope and pray. Now, if you believe in Odin as a god, you're probably not going to die in battle with your wounds on your front. So you die in an old folks home, you're going to hell, where you get to live in a shitty barn and drink your own urine.
You know that there were other places.
Yeah, but old sickly people didn't go to those other places. They didn't get to go to Valheim. Also, some of those other places weren't Odin's. They belonged to Frey.
Yeah.
Frey was not always friends with Odin.
No.
But basically, yeah. I mean, does fighting all day and then whoring around all night and getting drunk and then getting up the next day to fight all day sound pretty cool? For a little while, I guess it would be, yeah. For a little while. But eventually, that shit's going to get old, man. It's like, that's the best you got? That's it? Now, if you ask me what heaven's like, I'll tell you I don't know. You know why? Because the Bible never really says. It says there's many halls. It talks about a lot of things, but it never describes exactly what heaven is. And I was thinking the other day, right? Let's say you never, find your way. And you die and go to hell. And I die and go to heaven. Could I go to the throne and ask for you to visit me? Because heaven's supposed to be like, basically, I'm there in the presence of God. I can ask him anything I want. I can know all the secrets I ever wanted to know about science and everything. Heaven, right? So could I ask for someone from hell to be given a break to come up and visit me? I don't know. It's like me and my wife were talking once, because in Orthodoxy, dogs don't have souls. Therefore, they're not going to heaven, right? But what if I go to heaven and I'm not happy unless my dog's there with me? Would God be good enough to let me have my dog?
I hope so.
I hope so. Yeah, that's now you're getting it. You hope so. That's the right way to think. Hope. You hope. Because I can't prove a damn thing I just told you all this hour is true. I can just tell you I'm pretty sure it is. I hope it is. I mean, you know, because the alternative would suck balls, man. I could tell you about demons and Moloch and Ashtoreth and Baal, who was a constant pain in the ass for, you know, the Hebrews all throughout, you know, ancient times.
Don't want to do that.
But I mean, I can't prove anything. That's why it's called faith. See, got my roofs all done. Going to do the wash tomorrow, and then the domes I'll do in like a copper color, I think. And then these
Sweet.
guys will be ready for me to have. Not that guy. Jeez. They'll be ready for me to have all of my loyal or unloyal, I haven't decided yet, Imperial Guardsmen posted up in there, being all like, come and get me, suckers. See? But then again, if the other player's got a Wolfhound Titan, he might be like, "Brr, I'm bigger than you. Eat hot plasma, plow." And this is the smallest of the Titans.
Damn.
Yeah, there's some of them that are like 3 times as big as this. And of course, these guys in there, I mean, they might have to deal with some of these guys rolling around in a squad, right?
Right.
These freaking battle tanks rolling around. Well, they won't because they're on the same team, but
Yeah.
I haven't even started building my Space Marines yet. Boy, I have too many projects I'm interested in. I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I don't even know what time it is.
I got 10:30.
Good talk, though. But I will say this. It was a good conversation, and you are very, very gracious, you know, to put up with, you know, me saying what I said, etc. If I had any sort of complaint about our conversation, it's that everything you said was already said 15 years ago by all the internet atheists. And most of it was thoroughly debunked. You know, so that's why I stopped arguing Christianity versus atheism. I mean, when the atheists all basically got wiped out, it was kind of like, you know, we didn't even have to end up in the end. In the end, the Christians didn't even beat the atheists. The feminists did.
Right.
By making a bunch of false sexual accusations. And even though I can't say that I necessarily like the guy that got accused, I don't believe he did anything untoward. I think just this chick was a crazy bitch and went after a guy. And, you know, and of course, that was back when you had cancel culture. Like, you know, so as soon as she said, what happened is they're taking an elevator up to their rooms. And he asked if she wanted to come up to his room for coffee, which meant, hey, you want to go fuck, right? But that's all, though. He said, would you like to come to my room for coffee? She said no. For him, that was the end of it. She got off. He went on to his room, went to bed, whatever, right?
Yeah.
In her mind, he practically raped her in the elevator.
Yeah.
By asking her such a thing. She even admitted he only asked, but it didn't matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How dare he ask? And then basically cancel culture rose up and just devoured these people. And this guy
Yeah.
literally got devoured for asking a mid, feminist chick if she wanted to go up to his room for a little while. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. I mean,
When I was a kid, you could ask chicks out on dates and shit and not worry about, the whole internet calling for your head on a platter. But, I guess 20 years ago, shit was different, right? And
20 years ago, shit was
just
different.
want to be the guy to sit there and laugh about it because I was like, wow, that is effed up. The guy didn't get defeated because of his stupid arguments. He got defeated because he asked the chick if she wanted coffee. God, man. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. That is just horrible.
Never get involved with a feminist.
Nope. They will. Well, the Bible tells us never get involved with a combative woman because when you come home from your labors, she will argue with you and you will have no peace in your house. And therefore, you'll have no rest ever. So marry a woman who is not combative. That way, when you come home from your labors, you can have peace.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, nerd? You're a good guy. I'll catch you later.
I try. See ya. You're a good guy too. I enjoyed having these talks with you.